us against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament of visitors who are present at the Speakers' Gallery as follows. A delegation led by Honourable Stephen Victor, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment, Honourable Jesse Ear, Governor of Ganpang State and Official of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau. Indonesian parliamentary delegation led by Honorable Putu Supatma Rudana, Deputy Chairman of Committee on Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation and committee members, namely Honorable Hampa Bako Kadi, Honorable Sri Malayana, Honorable Owita Ria, Honorable Fatan Batawi, Honorable Alambundi Royce, Honorable Mutaram, Honorable Mafun, and Honorable Mohammed, and C, the students of Koroboro International School in the National Capital District. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend to the visitors a very warm welcome in the Papua New Guinea National Parliament. Welcome. Petitions. The Honourable Governor of Morobe.
Thank you, the Honourable Acting Speaker. I rise this morning in this Honourable Parliament of this country to present a petition which shall be delivered to the Prime Minister of this country. The Prime Minister was made aware of that petition when he came to visit the Morobe province, and he was presented with that petition in the chambers. And I had conveyed to him that the petition will be delivered as agreed between me and the University of Papua New Guinea, a University of Technology students. And I shall now going to do it now. This petition, Honourable House and the Speaker, is in relation to the agreement that was signed between the Government of Papua New Guinea, particularly the Defence Minister, with the representative of the United States of America. That is a matter which is now being debated in public. But I'm a mandated leader. The students that are not mandated leader, they have no right to come to this Parliament to present this petition. I have a right because I am mandated. Therefore, I present this humble petition to this Parliament. Mr. Acting Speaker, the humble petition from the Students' Representative Senate of the Papua New Guinea University of Technology on behalf of the university students. One, that the university student petitioned that the US PNG Defence Cooperation Agreement must be reviewed by the Parliament before terms are implemented. Two, that the US PNG Defence Cooperation Agreement undermines the sovereignty and judicial system of the independent state of Papua New Guinea, and the relevant authority are called upon to take particular attention. 3, that U.S. PNG Defense Corporation breaches the laws of Papua New Guinea. The humble petitioners therefore pray that according to the bilateral military agreement between the United States of America and Papua New Guinea, the freedom, sovereignty, and core fundamental constitutions are being undermined and breached. They further pray and plead that as such, the institution and organization must all time protect, preserve, and comply with due laws and governing principles and the pillars of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. Thank you. And I present the petition to the clerk to present it to the appropriate authority.
Notices. Honourable members, question time. The Honourable Governor for Isipik.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. My question without notice goes to the Minister for Finance. I don't usually like asking questions about roads, but in this case it has to do with process, and it has to do with the National Procurement Commission. Mr. Acting Speaker, our national highway from about Maprik to Nuku has completely deteriorated. It is my understanding that about 3 years ago, money was provided under the Australian aid program, and a tender was called. Various companies tendered, and the document is still stuck in the National Procurement Committee. As I speak, most of our people are struggling to use that road, and because it is part of the national highway and because money has been allocated, we can only do cosmetic works to keep the road open. It is, however, a national responsibility. So on behalf of our people from Maprik, Drekikia, Nuku and Lumi, I ask this question. Could the good minister inform the people of Isipik and West Sipik as to why it has taken 3 years, and even up to now, the contract is yet to be awarded by the NPC, even though the funds have been available for 3 years, and the tender process was completed 3 years ago? That's my first question. My second question is that could the good minister assure the people of East and West Sipik as to how quickly this particular contract can be speedily moved through the process and a contract awarded so that our people can enjoy the services that people around the country are enjoying? Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I thank the good question from the Governor of this Sipik province. A series of, I think, 2 questions he raised in relation to National Procurement Commission and the delay that has affected what has been 3 years and the delay in the progress of the work not commencing. Mr. Acting Speaker, one, I have not seen the details in respect to the road that is mentioning. I take on board this question to prompt me under my delegation to seek further information on why the delay has actually happened for the duration of 3 years, and to actually investigate as to why the delay of this funding issues. If the funds are set there for that particular work, why is it not commenced? If it's an issue to do with evaluation or the process itself, I assure our good Governor that I will check because I do not have seen the details of the work itself. Number 2, the long delay in that process itself. Through you, Mr. Acting Speaker, I will get back to the Governor as to what are the actual situation or circumstances that has caused the delay in that 3 years, and I apologize to our good people in Isipik, particularly the people of Maprik, Drekiki, and the rest of the people who are affected by this, the road not being built due to this process. So through you, Acting Speaker, I will check the details and at the same time assure the good governor that I will ensure that through this question, ensure that the procurement process, if there's issues to deal with, will deal so that we can get this tender out of the way. Mr. Acting Speaker, just to use that question, one, some of the process in the NPC, we are reviewing and at the same time trying to see how we can effectively put out an automated system so that procurement could happen on a daily basis and not through what sometimes being a delay and cause delay in this type of instance raised by our good governor. So, Mr. Acting Speaker, for me, check him that particular road and come back, law governor. Thank you.
We have a supplementary member for Maprik.
To question from me, Igorong, Finance Minister. I came back from the electorate last week. I've driven the road from Maprik to Drake here. What I've realized was when the contract was awarded to contractor, there was no proper supervision. There was no clearing, grabbing on the side of the road. If a contractor wants to do a good road, there must be good formation of the road first before any sealing can be done. Mr. Through Speaker, Mr. Minister, if you could direct the works, project works manager in WeWork to make sure there is a supervising engineer on the site to make sure that the work is done properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
I appreciate the supplementary, and I think is referring to a different, probably the same road, but probably a different tender, because what the governor is referring to is actually a project that hasn't started in 3 years, and what it's referring to is work being done already, and probably the standard and the quality is not there. So I will liaise with our good Works Minister through the Works Secretary and the Works Department through the Provincial Works to ensure that there's quality in the work that has been happening that he saw. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for Milne Bay.
And thank you very much for recognizing the voice of Kula. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to direct my series of questions to the Minister for Internal Security, if he's available in the House.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Law and order is once again escalating to unprecedented levels in Milne Bay Province, with sea piracy, highway, armed hold-ups, and now recently on the rise is violent break-and-enters and again young criminals holding up schools and homes of private residents or business houses in the town of Alata. In the number of prominent business managers and also senior people and homeowners, as well as illegal settlements, fall victims to this issue. In our recent Provincial Law and Order Committee meeting, identified with update from the Provincial Police Commander that the local police capacity in the province is faced with critical manpower and resources issues, effectively attending to law and order issues and complaints from the public. Update from the Provincial Police Commander: more manpower to boost the local police capacity, lack of and daily operational funds for the police and resources are very limited. The provincial government has on many occasions assisted the police on many of these routine activities and will continue to support the police for the sake of our people. However, can only do so much with the limited funding and resources available to us. The provincial government recently has seen a drive also to reach out to our young people to lay down their arms and return to their families and communities, reinvent their lives with the help of the provincial government and districts. Therefore, a guns amnesty was requested. I call on the Minister for Internal Security and the Commissioner of Police immediately look into these pressing matters. Mr. Speaker, my questions to the Minister responsible are: one, will the Minister and his Commissioner advise the people of Milne Bay on when Milne Bay Province Police will receive any new police recruitments and recruitments for the province? 2, when will there be more new police houses built for personnel, and also C, regular and increased resources? 3, when will the guns amnesty for Milne Bay Province be approved by the Minister as early requested this year to address the rise and gun crime to peaceful, bring our young people back to our communities and support to rehabilitate them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank our good governor for Milne Bay, but before I do, I acknowledge all the students from Koroboro and also our bilateral partners from Indonesia and all those who are in the House in Papua New Guinea, welcoming back to the June seating. Governor, your cry for more numbers is across the country. As part of ICE, you would have known police took out a recruitment exercise, which we already started, and that is for the purpose of all numbers. You all have been part and parcel of, one way or another, of young men and women putting their names up for recruitment. We've had almost 38,000 applying for a 500 position. And so far, we have started shortlisted. And I can assure that whilst we are very limited with our infrastructure to cater for more policemen and women in our training center, we have plans to expand on our training center over at Bomana College. And so the recruitment process should complete within the next 2 months, and then we will equally distribute or equally assist provinces with numbers of policemen and women. So we are addressing the shortfall of our policemen and women, and that's one of our greatest challenges that we had on the onset, at the start of the year. In my opening remarks, I said we are outnumbered. And may I repeat that again? Currently, 1 policeman equals to 1,200 Papua New Guineans. So, my Governor, we are making every effort to address it. I can give you that assurance. We also have, at the start of the year, we ask every PPC, provincial police commanders, to put in a plan, infrastructure plan. And your plan should highlight the needs of your infrastructure. And once you have your plan, we can understand where to participate in your province, whether at the HQ level or through your DSIP, PSIP. And some provinces are fortunate because you have also development partners on the ground, such as the New Britain Palm Oil, Sime Darby, that participates or through your tax credit. So having a visibility of your overall infrastructure plan allows you to forecast the funds that are needed to support the infrastructure needs in your province. And that's, I guess that's where your second question comes into. I hope I'm able to answer that for you. And with the last one, the amnesty, I will talk to the Commissioner again and I will get back to you because, again, as you know, we're also trying to manage the space of gun within our country. I hope I've answered that, Governor. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Goilala.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I'd like to raise this supplementary question to the good Internal Security Minister. Minister, you're a very hard-working minister in this parliament, and we cannot deny that fact. But my simple question is, Minister, can you confirm or deny, or are you aware that you do have a lot of policemen within your rank and file? Can you confirm that we have a lot of policemen and women who are separated and are still in institutional houses, making it or frustrating the process of allowing new people to come inside and occupy houses so that their families can be well looked after, so they can go there and better serve the interest of this country and our people. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member for Goilala. You ask again a very important question. The organisation, as you know, Acting Speaker, is somewhat, also has a lot of challenges in terms of legacies, the challenges of employment and the challenges of being able to facilitate officers that have been part of the system and they're phased out, but yet not being supported in terms of their final entitlements. And so we across the country have that challenge within public service and public servants where they feel they're entitled to the homes they're in until they're being satisfied by the state. And the police is no different, Acting Speaker. So yes, I confirm that we have issues and we are looking at that in a holistic manner. And so we have developing a infrastructure master plan which captures the whole country in terms of our infrastructure development, and part of that is ensuring that we have housing schemes for our policemen and women so that they're also, when they work and they put their savings aside, they're also planning to exit the institution. So we're coming back to your question, Honourable Member for Goilala. Talk blue true. And big challenge you got, lo police, where all some of our serving staff are not being able to exit their homes, and so it gives pressure back to the organisation. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Honourable Governor for West New Britain.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Before me asking this question, me like big thank you, congratulate him, Prime Minister and all the ministers, successfully hosting this third FIPIC summit, where Prime Minister of India, now all the 14 Pacific Island countries Prime Ministers come. Now me talk big congratulations to Prime Minister hosting to United States Secretary of State. Acting Speaker, question Blumi, unfortunately, Golo, same IS Minister, Internal Security Minister, sorry through, me to confirm I'm on hardworking Minister. Acting Speaker, me question Tasol Sem. You got on NEC decision usat which me approving this curfew lo West New Britain lo tupla moon. Acting Speaker, curfew minimal same curfew same time NEC approving to this 5 million kina. This police operation, I'll put him newspaper and I'll get something. So he got big expectation. Mipla wokla using this provincial government PSIP money na development fund lo straight him hire car na vehicle na fuel accommodation lo MS 18 MS 19 stop lo province strongu all hard work lo control him. This law and order situations today I'm continue asking this same questions. Can the minister ensure this money all committing through NEC decision this money being sent to province so all can settle in this law outstanding province spending close to 2 million kina finish development fund directed law this police operation. Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you.
Minister for Internal Security.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Governor Blong. West New Britain, me confirm also NEC did approve 5 million long support him this state of emergency, and I will follow through again whilst we're all here. I will follow through to ensure that you get the appropriate support. Thank you, Governor.
Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader.
Salamat bagi lo oh brother Bloimi, the sisters, lo closest neighbor Bloimi, Indonesia, usah stop on time ini. Salamat bagi. The all friends Bloimi, lo Palau, pla Johnny mi pla. Thank you. Now, importantly, the young people who have come from Korboro to be with us, It is important for you to know your house. Thank you. Question Blomi without notice by Golo, Minister for Finance and Planning. Honorable Paita, Rainbow Paita. Question Blomi Osem, the government's budget, accounting, the reporting system, or the integrated financial management system, PIGAS. Mr. Speaker, the integrated financial management system, or IFMS, is the new financial management system that has replaced the old PIGAS system, as we all know, or the provincial government accounting system. Mr. Speaker, very recently, about 2 months ago, DIRD, Department of DIRD, law newspaper, all putting was in plenty more leaders, you know, acquit law funds blame me. This law report I'm talking more than 80%. Now this is a big worry. Law leaders sit down inside this house. The main objective of installation of the new system, or the IFMS system, was to improve on the following functions, Mr. Speaker. To improve the budgeting, accounting, and reporting weaknesses identified in PIGAS, in the PIGAS system, computerize the charter of accounts to assist proper budgeting and allocation of funds, improve budget controls and increase budget transparency and accountability. Number 4, support timely fund cash management. Now, 5, computerized business process to minimize misappropriation of public funds. Now, number 6, automation of financial reporting system to enable easy access to financial records for management and acquittal reporting. Mr. Speaker, the IFMS system installed in the districts has not improved, and the functionalities I have pointed out earlier. Instead, we have encountered more challenges, and these are, Mr. Speaker, IFMS system does not have proper design charter of accounts inbuilt in the system. It has only one line vote item, and inbuilt in the IFMS system for the purpose of budget. This does not allow districts to budget and allocate funds by sectors itemized in the program and activities. Mr. Speaker, IFMS has significant weaknesses in the system, which allows financial officers and IFMS operators to collaborate, manipulate, and misappropriate funds. The printing of reports in IFMS is centralized by Waigani, making it difficult to get financial reports required by district administration for the purpose of financial management and timely reports. Mr. Speaker, when the IFMS breaks down, districts have to wait for Waigani to come to fix it. Many times it takes weeks and months, affecting the implementation of budgets and service delivery. IFMS are installed in the districts where there is no reliable power to operate these systems. IFMS are installed in districts where there is no reliable communication systems to support this system. Mr. Speaker, my questions are as follows. Thank you. Can the government do an overall audit into the IFMS system and improve the weakness and gaps in the system before they are installed for use by all levels of government? Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Can the government, in the meantime, bring back PIGAS or an alternative system to operate in the district to serve the financial management needs of the districts and the provinces? Number 3, how can members of Parliament produce acquittal reports on time when the financial information and reports to be printed are centralized here at Waigani? And finally, Mr. Speaker, what are the criteria used to qualify a district to be ready for installation of the IFMS system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I take note of the statements and at the same time issues raised by a good leader and the Deputy Opposition Leader in regards to the IFMS system. We take note of these issues is raising in terms of the reliability of the system we've used over the years, particularly the IFMS system. And also, I think if I had clearly the 4 questions through you, Assistant Speaker. One, I think I've had questions on the floor, Mr. Assistant Speaker, regarding IFMS, and I've mentioned in a couple of those responses that IFMS is a system that we've inherited, we've created and taken on board as a government. And I've placed on record that just like any other system, financial system in the world, no system is completely perfect. When you take on board a system such as the IFMS, any other system for that matter, there will be 2 issues. There will be issues to do with the reliability of the system and so forth. So in this case of IFMS, Mr. Assistant Speaker, one, the issues of audit. Probably for a fact, I should place on record that in terms of accessing records, especially financial records, it's not actually compulsory for officers from district level or provincial level to come up to Waigani to access those information. They could access at their district level. So that I wanted to make clear that it's not us Waigani controlling how we actually give out those information. Any financial officer at the district level or the provincial level could access those information in terms of reporting and audit. In relation to a statement of saying 80% or 70% of us districts did not comply to some of the reports from DRD. One, we have 2 sources of funding. One is the SIP programs, DSIP, and the non-discretion and the discretion. So I will confirm which report is that, because some members on this floor have actually not collected their DRD, the non-component, non-discretion and discretion components. So it could be that or a mixture of non-discretion, discretion fund with DSIP. So that's in relation to the statement which was made about reports not being sent. In response to the 4 questions through you, Mr. Acting Speaker, overall audit, yes. When we faced the malware attack last year, that has probably opened up us at Finance Department to be able to see some of the system failures we had with IFMS. As I said, not completely the perfect system we'd want to use, but it was the best at the time we had to use given reporting and some of the good features of the system. So given that malware attack, which the report will be tabled next week on the floor of Parliament, that attack has now taken, given us the department to be able to see how we can audit the process of getting an improved version of the IFMS, Mr. Acting Speaker. Alternate systems, we've been migrating back and forth given issues like, for example, Assistant Speaker, when we had the COVID-19, IFMS was able to facilitate the drawdown of trust facilities where district and provinces were able to quickly draw down on funding for COVID measures. 3 acquittal reports. I think, Assistant Speaker, stop members yet as to how we want to quickly report on those. There is no red tape yet, Waigani, yet where we see that finance to be able to create a cumbersome process where districts and provinces cannot report. It's up to the district finance managers, district treasurers to do that. And I was asked one question this morning at Government Caucus and by our good Governor for Oro as to the transfer of powers, delegation of powers from finance to province and districts. So through you, Assistant Speaker, in the MTDB4, the government is looking at transferring those powers now. So provincial governments and districts can be able to better manage their district treasuries and the district provincial treasuries as well. I must also mention that through you, Acting Speaker, sometimes you remember you got own issue of districts. So sometimes when we come in, the district treasurer we want, sometimes you ask for change. So those personal problems too is stop creating impediment. So in the new review we are looking, we will outsource completely some of these functions such as reporting and auditing. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I think a good question it comes, so I take this opportunity to make known to the House, and I think I've said this in Government Caucus, and probably as a matter of information for people as well, that going forward from next year, government will now completely outsource monitoring and evaluation now and reports, which means that time people are giving money from Waigani, it's up to you to create value for money. If you don't, it's no longer DRD or national planning or finance coming to inspect projects. It will be an independent, reputable international company coming to check reports. So if you deliver, audit firms. So if you deliver, they'll do an independent report and send to agencies that will assess the reports and give funding. If you don't deliver, it's up to you at the district level, provincial level, and subnational level. So there is one major shift we are doing as government. Given the reporting sometimes does not come, we give those functions, outsource those functions, through you, Mr. Speaker. So those few failures in the system. Last point, Mr. Acting Speaker, places like Finchafen, sometimes no network coverage, no power. We have diesel stations, so you can understand and appreciate the country we live in sometimes doesn't allow us to get that system up and running. So accessibility below, power to get to those places, one. Telecommunication time, cloud cover, or when there's no fuel going to those places, the system breaks down. So these are things that I think at the district level, members asked to fund their own infrastructure, few infrastructure like Jen said, we said, all these things that can help us at the finance level to be able to provide a cleaner, neater system for us to use, such as the IFMS. So I hope that district members and governors can work with us, Loimi improve him. And I give my assurance, Mr. Speaker, that we will see what needs to be done, taking into some account some of these changes where we need to see at the district level. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kairuku.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. My question without notice is directed to the good Minister for Defence. I also want the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Lands, the Minister for Trade, International Trade and Investment, and Minister for Agriculture to take note. Portion 406 is a state land in my electorate that now lies under his ministry. Our short question is, in line with the government's policy on wanting to create district economies or 22 provincial economies, we have low-hanging agriculture projects here ready to kick off in the electorate. Unfortunately, as everyone is aware, at times it's so hard to unlock customarily owned land. So my question to the Minister is that the portion 406 lies under his ministry. Has he got any intention of returning the land either to the central provincial government or Kairuku DDA for us to implement 2 national government projects that are already set to kick off. One is the intended rice project, and the other is the recently signed MOA between a Thailand investor and our central provincial government. Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Member. Lord, this good question, blue. Firstly, before me talk, Milan talk. Thank you, Lord. Government blue me, Russia government law. Sabatim you me law. Big blood pressure come along DCA. Now, people have been making awareness that this like event cooperation agreement emi kuploplo country where Prime Minister Mila talk thank you Prime Minister Bloimi. This black ground, remember this black ground em Mila togos Mino Xuan Blaleta Blue. Slala lenda so this la question with that modis referring this la question blue na bami you be calling me or you be come look me na midla ba total is ground lo question blue mi kisim but bami kisim back go back lobby blue me na bami la discuss. Thank you through lo good lo question blue you probable ground stay to him you got right long ask him this question so me but stop one you now people blue now you come back lobby blue me but me la talk to this ground him stay to him but you probable ground now you got right good long ask him this question so by me back go back lobby blue me about me discuss one them. Thank you through Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Fly.
The Minister, it's a follow-up question from the last sitting. On the date 2nd March, I asked the same question in relation to airfares. And I stand here to dream that the next few years, our Papua New Guineans can travel at the very cheapest fare across the whole country from point A to point B. And that's the dream for all of us. In my question, back then the last sitting, the Minister, when I asked for the airfares hike, the Minister responded in this manner. The approvals of the airfares hike were never done by the board. And he said he was going to have a look into it and come back and give a brief update on the decisions. And some of the management decisions that were done over replacement of staffs were because of all those issues. That were his response. And I stand here to question him, what are the progress so far? Have there been any revisit on those airfares? Is there any adjustment done? And can we see some changes with airfares across Papua New Guinea? Will it be sliced by half? What are the decisions today that I need to know? Second question is in relation to Air Niugini, our flag carrier. There's been numerous announcements, stories of refleeting and all those changes happening. Can the Minister inform us in this House, the people, that what are his department or his department doing with Air Niugini? Because today we are receiving a lot of safety issues across the country with our airline flag carrier. Planti Balus, Planti Tanim will come back, a lot of safety issues. And can we have that address and inform this House what is his plan for the Air Niugini? Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Honourable Minister was stated in the price.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I want to thank the member for North Fly for this important question. Mr. Acting Speaker, in relation to the first issue, yes, as I indicated to Parliament in March this year, some of those decisions were not made with the approval of the board. We have looked at the reasons behind the increase in the fares. Air Niugini, as an ongoing business, has to make money, as you all appreciate. The decision has been taken by the board to allow the current fares to remain as they are, to enable our national line to continue to operate as an ongoing business, but subject to the proviso that certain changes were made to the way the company has been run. Unfortunately, Mr. Acting Speaker, a number of our airline employees, particularly pilots and qualified engineers, and left for greener pastures offshore. And Air Niugini is now on a recruitment drive. It has started the process of training or introducing a training scheme for national pilots to be recruited and trained. This was a scheme that was in place a couple of years ago but was discontinued. The board and the management have now decided to introduce a scheme where we will have a pilot training cadetship program, as well as the recruitment of new licensed aircraft maintenance engineers and aircraft maintenance engineers. Mr. Speaker, the acting Speaker, currently the F-70s and F-100s, which are very, very old, the production factories which produce this kind of airplanes have stopped producing them since the mid-1990s. And Guinea now has to look elsewhere. Fortunately for us, Mr. Acting Speaker, Cabinet on the 10th of May this year authorized Guinea to purchase 4 used Dash 8 Q400 turboprop aircraft to replace some of the aging aircraft, and they will come in end of this month and July. And the purchase of this Dash 8 aircraft will be made from Guinea's internal cash flow. The other major decision Cabinet has authorized Guinea to do is to select 2 new narrow-bodied regional jets to replace 11 new jets to replace the F-70s and F-100, and they will then come into servicing our routes from 2024 to 2026. So we will soon see 11 new jets. Half will be purchased, the other will be leased until such time Guinea is able to purchase them outright. In relation to our international routes, some of you might recall that way back in 2014, Guinea made a decision to purchase 4 737 MAX aircraft from Boeing. Unfortunately, right through the world, it was found that there were defects in those planes, so Guinea then made a decision to turn them away. And now, as some of you may have read, we will be able to get 2 787 Dreamliners, Boeing 787 Dreamliners, to come into operation between March and April 2026. In the meantime, Guinea is leasing 2 jets, wide-bodied jets from Low Flight Airlines of Iceland. So the plan, Mr. Acting Speaker, is to replace the entire fleet eventually. What we are doing, Mr. Acting Speaker, is to build a new airline within an existing new airline. There are also plans to build an additional aircraft hangar, so Guinea will end up having 2 aircraft hangars, which will enable Guinea to service its own planes in country. That will then enable Guinea to have swift turnaround. Now, Mr. Acting Speaker, the planes that we have consume a lot of fuel, but the new planes that Guinea will be buying, it will cost 25% less in terms of fuel. Mr. Speaker, currently Guinea spends nearly 400 million kina in fuel alone. 400 million kina every year in fuel alone, and 378 million kina alone in spare parts. When you have aging aircraft, you need to replace the parts continually, and that is eaten into the cash flow of the airline. But in terms of fuel efficiency, the new planes will consume less fuel. Thereby, it will enable Guinea to make profit. When we have new airplanes, we have fully qualified staff, we have less turnaround times. When the departure and arrival schedule has some bit of integrity and airplanes take off and land on time, the costs are less. And in the end, any Guinea will be able to charge lower fees for the traveling passengers. When we have less fuel, when we have fuel-efficient airplanes, the ability of any airline company to make profit is there. So the belief and the analysis is that when we have this kind of aircraft working with our airline company, we will be able to see reductions in the tickets. So I can assure this Parliament that based on the financing modeling that is available to management and the board, Guinea will be able to reduce airline tickets and at the same time make enough money to pay its loan and make enough money to deliver dividends for its shareholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Papau.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. My questions without notice is directed to the Honourable Minister for Bougainville Affairs. I have two questions, Mr. Assistant Speaker, to the Honourable Minister for Bougainville Affairs. Number one, given the recognition by the Bougainville Peace Agreement signed on August 31, 2001, that this national parliament has the powers to finally ratify the referendum result. Under this 11th parliament, this is now the 10th month, and having checked with the clerk, we have not yet established a bipartisan committee on post-referendum Bougainville. My question to the Minister is, would the Minister be able to provide recommendation for a bipartisan committee on post-referendum Bougainville to be established? The reason being, and the urgency of the matter is, that it is through the understanding of the Bougainville Peace Agreement by the honourable members of the National Parliament that when we are better informed and fully informed, that decision will be made. And therefore it is incumbent on this Honourable House to ensure that a bipartisan committee is established at the earliest, since we are now completing halfway through 2023 and 2024 is not far away. Second question, Honourable Assistant Speaker, to the Minister. In my short tenureship as Minister for Bougainville in 2019, and having focused fully on the successful execution of the referendum process, one of the glaring issues that I noticed was the issue related to a concept which the former President and myself as Minister for Bougainville Affairs, and now the current President and his team of leaders in Bougainville, the issue of the reconciliation, peace building, and social justice protection to address the issues of vulnerabilities caused by the Bougainville crisis and to mitigate the effect on the society. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I hope the good Minister is aware of this important process, and that is that there has been thinking that there has been less effort on the part of the national government to fully support this important issue of how do, for example, Bougainville veterans, how does the lost generation, those who miss schools in the entire young 10 to 15-year-olds, those conflict dead civilians and combatants, and the wounded or maimed or disabled, how do the government properly transit them into better lives? My short stint as Minister for Bougainville Affairs, I recognize, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that that area, there was a gap in terms of national action to properly allow this group of people to be settled through the entire peace process. And so my question, second question, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is can the Minister is the minister aware of this program, and will the minister give some attention to this process, because properly institutionalizing the reconciliation, peace building and social justice protection to take care of such disadvantaged people, not only through the Bougainville conflict, but through, for example, disasters, tribal fights. How do displaced civilians properly re-engage back into society? We as a country have not yet properly institutionalized those processes. One of the examples is that many of our ex-combatants, both from Bougainville and our own soldiers, we have not properly rehabilitated them very, very well. We've forgotten them. And this is the question. Our nation has not yet been able to develop or institutionalize this important process. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I want to take this time and thank the Honourable Member for asking a very important question. Before I answer the question, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of members of the Autonomous Bougainville government who were here yesterday, and I think they are here in the gallery. I also want to take this time to acknowledge our Indonesian friends who are here. Back to the question, I want to thank the member for Abao, as a former Minister for Bougainville Affairs, for the work you have done to progress the Bougainville peace process. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress the importance of the question the Honourable Member has asked. As we know, Bougainville is a very special region in our country, and the Bougainville issue is very important and very sensitive for the country. I will be actually making a ministerial statement next week, Tuesday, which will cover the important points raised in two of the most important questions the member for Abao has asked, and my statement will address those important points raised in the question. But for purposes of answering the question, firstly, regarding the bipartisan committee, I would agree there is a need for the bipartisan parliamentary committee to be established to progress work on post-referendum work. And secondly, while I have the opportunity, let me also inform the honourable members here, and also for purpose of awareness to the general public, that as we understand the Bougainville peace process has three main process: autonomy, weapons disposal, and referendum. The process is completed. We are now in the stage of the referendum. And in 2019, the referendum actually took place, and it's more than 3 years now. The Constitution Section 342 and the Bougainville Peace Agreement Clause 311 requires for the result of the referendum to be brought before the Parliament to make a decision on the future political status for Bougainville. Before that is to happen, the Constitution also requires for both governments, from the Autonomous Bougainville government and the national government, to have consultations over the result of the referendum. And since the referendum has taken place, that consultation has been going on. So far we had 3 consultations. The first one was in Kokopo, second one in Wabak, and the third one was in Port Moresby. And the important agreement that was reached, particularly in the third consultation, was what we call the Erakone Agreement, which was signed between our Prime Minister and the
ABG President. Among other things, the two important commitments made is that by this Parliament, the 11th Parliament, will have to make decisions on the future political settlement for Bougainville by 2027. And the other commitment is for the minister responsible for Bougainville affairs to table the referendum result in this year, which I intend to do that. But before that has to happen, the technical team from the national government and the ABG have had an issue regarding the ratification or the process by which Parliament will adopt to make a decision on the referendum result. So that is an issue that our officers are dealing with. So from the advice I'm getting from the State Solicitor's Office to the Office of the Minister for Justice and Attorney General, and from the clerk, Parliament's clerk, is that before I actually table the referendum result for the Parliament to make a decision, that procedure needs to be in place. And in my statement next week, I intend to propose that procedure by way of a sessional order for Parliament, for the members of this House to debate and adopt that procedure by way of a sessional order. I think with that, I think I've sufficiently answered the honourable member's question for now. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Honourable members, our question time has lapsed. Business of the day. Clerk.
Notice number 39. Member for Pocopo.
Honourable member for Akokopo.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Intergovernment Relations Functions and Funds Amendments Bill 2023.
Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009. Distribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to provincial governments under the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Member for Kokopo.
Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Member for Kokopo.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make a speech.
Acting Speaker, Assistant Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations Functions Funding Amendment Bill 2023. Assistant Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 in Section 40 provides the distribution of GST revenue collected by the Internal Revenue Commission's IRC. Section 40 states that 60% of the GST collected by the IRC must be paid back to the provinces. Acting Speaker, and Assistant Speaker, the amendment of the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 seeks to provide for the redistribution of the 60% by the provincial government to the city authorities in the provinces where the existing cities authorities, as in Morobe, East New Britain, and Western Islands at present. Assistant Speaker, in future, if other cities authorities are created by the statute, similar provisions will be inserted in the law as is now proposed for Ley, Kokopo, and Mount Hagen authorities. Assistant Speaker, I commend this amendment bill to this Honourable House.
The question is the question before. Sorry, Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I'd like to join in commending and supporting this bill from the good member for Kokopo. This is an important bill. It is an existing arrangement that we have, especially for the city of Ley, the city of Hagen, and the city of Kokopo, that you can see currently that Ley enjoys under an MOU that we take a percentage from our provincial government in consultation and agreement with the provincial governors, who has allowed us to use that IRC funding to develop our cities. We have a lot of urban drift from our rural areas, and they come to the cities, and they have a lot of pressure on our cities. Our cities need a lot of infrastructure, and you can see by the example that we have started in Ley, our roads are now getting sealed, our municipal services are being done, because those people in those cities pay a huge amount of tax, and they deserve good benefits. It has been in the last 4 years so. I would like to take this opportunity to also commend the governors personally, because without the foresight of those three governors and their agreement, this will not happen. I want to give special mention to past governor who, in 2020, agreed with the intervention of the Prime Minister and the IRC Commissioner to start this occasion for Ley, to have that agreement set up for the city of Ley. But I would also like to commend my current governor, whose original idea started 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if I'm correct, and he had it passed in our PEC before my time. So I'd like to commend our good governor, the Honourable Luther Wenger, for his foresight and vision to ensuring that the GST returns were given to the taxpayers of Ley. So I'd like to address and commend you for this, my good governor. I'd also like to support and commend the other two governors for East New Britain and the good governor for Western Highlands, also for their agreement and foresight in developing our cities to the standard that it should be for all our people. These arrangements in no way take out money from our national government coffers. It is an arrangement that is supposedly, it is paid to our provinces already. We just take a portion of that and allocate it to our cities to ensure that municipalities are run properly. Take, for example, Ley. When we first started, I got elected as a member in 2017. There's complete wastage in Ley when it was run under the old system. In 2017, we move forward with this city authority concept. In 2019, we now have only 94 staff in our city of Lae running the city, when we previously had 600 people doing nothing running the city. We have now saved 7 million kina from that foresight. We now, from this day onwards, collect our own internal revenue. And now we have better roads, better streetlights, better schools, better health services because of what that MOU, the original MOU, designed and achieved between the Prime Minister, the Pango-led government, and most importantly, the 3 governors and the IRC Commissioner. So I'd like to commend all of them, not forgetting our good Minister for Department of Provincial and Local Level Government, whose staff sat behind the scenes and guided the city authority concept that has now moved to fruition and will be the modern way of developing all our urban facilities. On that Islam in talk big thank you through again. Lo member blo Kokopo, lo bring him this something come, lo floor blo parliament. Me talk big thank you. Before I sit down, I'd also like to say thank you to the acknowledge the Good Fisheries Minister for Palau, the Indonesian parliamentary delegation from our neighbor Indonesia, welcome, and also our one talks from the autonomous region of Bougainville, welcome. Thank you too.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Mr. Acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker, me too, me like join him in this talk hamamas na sabatim o tambulain lo city law. Mr. Speaker, first of all, you may been harim one kind paper been come inside below Hagen City, Morobe province last year, if I am correct, and we have heard from experience from the Deputy Prime Minister the benefits that the people of Lae and Morobe province receiving from this very arrangement. And so, Minosawe, the member for Kopo, was really supposed to be present in this paper. The minister is supposed to be present in this paper, Minosawe. So whatever it is, I like first of all congratulate him, the member for Kokopo and the people of East New Britain province for such a arrangement that is being put together. And also to thank the government of the day under the Prime Ministership and Deputy Prime Ministership and the leadership of the Cabinet NEC members that you've seen the importance of this arrangement. Mr. Speaker, we have now realized a dream of our forefathers to make certain that there are 4 major service centers in this country, in our regions. Though we don't want to talk about regions in this country, but we have realized a dream where we have Lae City being the major service center of the Momasa region. We have Mount Hagen City as the major service center of the Highlands region. And now we have the city of Kokopo to be a major service center of this of that region. Mr. Speaker, it gives us the greatest opportunity as a nation now to make certain that we remove some of the burden on our capital city, where we have our universities centered into one area, where we have our major wharf facilities centered into one area, where we have our industries like fisheries and other industries moving into one central area. Now it gives us the opportunity to make certain that all universities, all wharfs, all NABLA services, major services, those facilities now can move into these major cities that we are establishing. Also, Mr. Speaker, now something Milek Tok, as the Minister for Works presented his media-term report on Connect PNG. It also gives us the opportunity for a minister and our ministers. Look, instead of connecting Papua New Guinea, go Olgeta region road, what about we connect our Papua New Guinea into the major service centers that we are now establishing? Morobe Province, Mount Hagen, Kokopo, so that we concentrate into bringing development into these service centers. Now, you mean discouraging urban drift where Ograman like come Tasolo Port Moresby. We keep our people back to these major service centers that we are now establishing. Mr. Acting Speaker, Milak Tok, thank you. Also, government now have realized a dream that our forefathers have put in place, that these Lao service centers must come. Now, I congratulate him one more time, a member for Kokopo, and the government for bringing this paper to this stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for stating the price.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I want to commend the member for Kokopo for bringing this very important legislation to Parliament for approval. Mr. Acting Speaker, the idea behind this revenue sharing arrangement actually started, Mr. Acting Speaker, in the last Parliament, and it kicked off in Morobe, in the city of Lae, when there was greater cooperation and understanding between the Deputy Prime Minister and the Governor at that time. Unfortunately for the cities of Kokopo and Agen, there was no such arrangement, and this arrangement now will be a game changer, Mr. Acting Speaker. I want to commend for the province that I come from, my own governor, for agreeing to sign a memorandum of agreement with the IRC such that the city of Agen would then be able to receive about 20% of the GST arrangement. And I can say, Mr. Acting Speaker, that for the city of Agen, it has started to work. And for those who are traveling, you will then notice one of the cleanest towns in the country now. There is literally no littering. There is no street selling in the Agen city as I speak. And that is because of the inclusion of GST payments, thanks to the MOU signed between the IRC and the provincial government. For the three cities, Mr. Acting Speaker, in the past there used to be municipal grants, but unfortunately over the years the cities received no funding, and they were expected to provide a wide range of municipal services as well as service in the rural areas from the DSIP grant of only 10 million kina. For the big cities of Lae, and of course followed by Agen and Kokopo, it was a bit unfair. Such an arrangement put a lot of pressure on the leaders from those open electorates. But thanks to the Marawi government, this situation has changed. The cities will then be able to provide the much needed municipal services to those who are living in the cities as well as the rural areas. And I also echo the sentiments or comments expressed by our Deputy Prime Minister, and I support this proposed amendment wholeheartedly. Thank you.
The question be put. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, please.
The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services, tax revenue paid to provincial governments under the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Governor Hostin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me too like talk thank you long. Minister Blom, Member Block Kokopo, Karim Disla Billy Kamlo Parliament, Bami Bla Pasim, Sampla Tok by me Tok Lo Biaf Blong. Mount Hagen City, Minister Blomi, Tok Pinis, Honorable Minister Duma. But me as Governor, Blo Province, Lo Sotma time me start also Governor, me looking more some plenty time Lo Hagen, you play looking plenty Lo media na, or Islam plenty, so much has been said over the medias and all that for Mount Hagen City. But me looking more some plenty change come up, lo time me play all 4 member blong West Islands Province, want the me at governor me play corporate na Hagen em change, face blong em change. Plenty all provinces where you may come blong em. You may all leader must cooperate. All the member of parliament, na governor, you may cooperate now, face blong. One in district, you may come blong em, but good plan. Because plenty all, every in all town, face blow, you mean no good plan, because plenty blow, you mean, cooperate one them governors, na all members. So West Islands Province, me like talk thank you, lo Fopla or MP blow me. Lo West Islands Province, one time me yet. Me play walk boom one time na West Islands, lo Hagen and also face blong 7 provinces lo Highlands. Hagen and melting point blong all islands provinces. Na lo Papua New Guinea. So far, face blong Hagen and it got big change. So money go pass lo this Minister Duma. Also money go pass also chairman blo city na Mipla. Me also governor, Mr. Bakset lo pushing. Now triple member blo you long province. So this la sharing belong GST you me come up with this agreement and me like talk thank you through also. One blood good blood decision you me make him. Good blood decision you me make him now. Also me too like talk also. Again West Islands Province. Now all islands provinces now again and one very important city blow you me. Now me like appeal of government to now also some me yet also governor me collecting tax GST tax law province me think also me can collecting plenty money. IRC say pay me about 4 million kina every month. But 1 million also 20% me go down the city. Now me feeling this la money emin on nap. Emin on nap. West Islands Province, all the islands provinces come buying now. All the business activity, all the something have come up Hagen. Now me feeling also government need long. Lo tax me need lo receiving big money legally because law and order na kind of being or something give big problem. Law and order am a big problem. So population blow man too and big blow through. Now walk blow city too and plenty through. 1 million me give go down blow city am non up to. Am non up to so me before lo you me pass him this la bill to me appeal lo government to lo long sharing blow this la GST tax. Sharing blood la tax too and me black and look him too. But before that me support lo la bill. Me talk thank you also. And one good decision me play make him na me like talk thank you long. All narbla two governors. Governor belong Kokopo, Governor belong East New Britain. na Governor Bla Morobe, Governor Bla NCDC, na Miet, ba Mibla mas walk bung one time, long all that time Mibla mas awe face blow you me one member and stop long district or province. So thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Assistant Speaker, let me firstly commend the member for Kokopo for taking up the chair in the front, depicting that we as members of parliament are here firstly in the first instance to debate laws and pass laws that are good for our country. Before I make my comment in support to these bills, let me also appreciate our guests in our parliament chambers, the public gallery rather, our friends from Indonesia, our Wantoks from Bougainville, Wantok from Palau, and of course Wantoks from Indonesia who are here. I sincerely appreciate their presence also. Assistant Speaker, this is a good law. We have come far in the last 48 years. Laws are there to assist expeditious delivery of services to our people who deserve those services. Our city and our towns are catchment area of Papua New Guineans who are moving in droves into these service centers, into these towns, and into our four major cities. And the member for Kokopo, and the governor for, and also governor for Morobe and governor for Western Highlands must be commended for their foresight in allowing for them to pathway with resources that was earlier collected and funneled or distributed through the provincial government system. Now they're empowering the city municipal authority to ensure it is resourced at the quickest, at the very earliest, to attend to functions, responsibilities, and needs that is before them to make our cities livable, clean, safe, and is functioning to service our people. So a lot of commendations to the great support by the four governors or three governors. I want to also take this time to inform the country. Our government has the full support, to this reform that is coming before us. We would have done it, but honourable member of parliament from an electorate concerned wanted to drive this. It is within his rights, and so we allowed the due process to take course and for him to bring it before us, getting the whole of government to support. I am happy that members in the opposite indicating bipartisan support to this one. When the cities are empowered, especially the city authorities are empowered, they make our job much, much easier. All you have to do today is look at the success story of the nation's capital district, or the success story of Leh City under our Deputy Prime Minister's leadership and partnership with the previous governor and present governor. It is working. And as Albert Einstein once did remind us, doing the same thing, expecting different result, but does not happen, then it is insanity. We have to look into all our laws that has carried us and make change for the better so that these changes facilitated service delivery. This one comes at no cost to the national government, but we're just rearranging law to unbundle resources at the very earliest in where our people are. Considering the advice or the recommendations put forward by the Western Highlands Governor on looking at the IRC functions, roles and responsibility, let me assure the Governor and all governors the conversation on functional clarity and devolution of power. We will look into what we have already under the organic law on provincial and local level government, but additional, similar to this one, will be looked at so that you are raising funds and you are raising taxes, you are raising fees and fines to ensure you are resourced to attend to matters that you can be attending to at the provincial government or at the lower level governments, including the city authority. So in this instance, in case anyone feels why is a private member bringing a very important bill, I just want to assure this House, the whole of government has support for this bill. The member concerned wanted to drive it. We gave full support to him and to the people of Kokopo, to the people of Hagen, and to the people of Ley, those who have been living, especially the indigenous people of these three important towns or cities in our country. I want to thank you very much for your warm hospitality. You have been hospitable just like the Motu TVWANs here in the nation's capital. You have been hospitable. We look into these structures to ensure that these local city authorities also embrace not just those who have flocked in for services and are working in those cities, but also give respect to the people who were indigenous landowners of those precincts or those cities where the expansions is taking place. And this is a work in progress in the right direction, empowering governments and sub-national government agencies closest to our people. I commend this bill to the entire House to give support. Thank you, Mrs. President Speaker.
The question is the question be put. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services, tax revenue paid to provincial governments under the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 40, member for Kokopo.
Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I present the Kokopo City Authority Bill 2023.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Kokopo City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the East New Britain Provincial Government under the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the second time.
Make a speech.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, Assistant Speaker. Kokopo City Authority Amendment Bills. Acting Speaker, Kokopo City Authority is the most visited place in Papua New Guinea. It has a huge potential to be a 21st century vibrant and model city in Papua New Guinea. Acting Speaker, Assistant Speaker, Kokopo City Authority Amendment Bills 2023 seeks to allow the physical space for the city to grow its economy, expand and improve the way municipal services are provided that meets current demand. Assistant Speaker, the bill also seeks to provide the leeways for Kokopo to truly become a model city with the state-of-the-art facilities serving both the city dwellers, including businesses and residents, as well as visitors. Assistant Speaker, the proposed Kokopo City Authority Bill 2023 will implement the proposed Section 40 amendment to the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009. Acting Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honourable House. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Okay. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Already. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Kokopo City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the East New Britain Provincial Government and the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Kokopo City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the East New Britain Provincial Government and the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Notice number 41, member for Kokopo.
Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I present the Lay City Authority Bill 2023.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Lay City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Morabel Provincial Government and the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, I move that the bill be read the second time.
Make a speech.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Lay City Authority Amendment Bill 20. Assistant Speaker, Lay City is a melting pot for the Highlands, Mamase and New Guinea Highlands region. The city population continues to increase every year, but its facilities and services incapable of effectively service our city dwellers and visitors. Assistant Speaker, the Lay City Authority Amendment Bill seeks to allow physical space for the city to grow its economy, expand, improve the way municipal services are provided that meets current demands. Assistant Speaker, the bill also seeks to provide the leeway for Lay to truly become a model city with the state-of-the-art facility serving both the city dwellers, including businesses and residents, as well as visitors. Assistant Speaker, the proposed Lay City Authority Bill 2023 implements proposed Section 40 amendments to the Intergovernmental Relations Functions and Funding Act 2009. Assistant Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honourable House. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Honourable Governor for Morabel.
Assistant Speaker, thank you for providing me the leave to speak on the bill presented by Honourable Member for Kokopo in relation to the amendment to provide 25% of the GST given every month to the City of Leh Council or the authority to improve the infrastructure and other municipal services that it is required to provide to the citizen and the taxpayers. Mr. Acting Speaker, or Assistant Speaker, we must not forget the fact that taxes are paid by the people. They pay the tax. Doesn't matter whether they're a pastor, they don't have money, disabled people, all sorts of people. Majority of our people in Papua New Guinea have a little cash base. And yet it is compulsory for everyone to pay tax. When they go and buy goods from the store, they're required to pay tax. And the shops and the supermarkets and other providers of services, they don't give any concession to the people who are going to buy something. And they pay this tax. And therefore, Mr. Assistant Speaker, we must give due recognition to the taxpayers. In the city of Leh, the population is made up of over 100,000, and they pay taxes. These are people from Papua New Guinea living there. And of course, the international people, community people who come to work in Leh or Morobe province, they live there. And there are all sorts of companies that operate there, the nationally owned companies and the international owned companies. They work there, they generate tax, they collect tax for the state of Papua New Guinea. And it is vitally important that they deserve the infrastructure in a decent condition that they should deserve to have. And that's what is needed. The infrastructure, the road, the bridges, the lighting system, the toilet system, all of those. And the people, when they pay taxes, they want to see that those infrastructures are improved and put in the right condition, in the good conditions. And that is why, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I fought in this country. Nobody helped me. I fought in this country when I realized that VAT tax system did not satisfy the taxpayers. They're making fool of the taxpayers. That is why I take to the Supreme Court, which I won. We won. Morobe provincial government, they won, and that law was declared null and void, unconstitutional. I signed an agreement with Somali government. If I didn't sign this agreement, the country will suffer. Minister Peter Batha, I still was, and Biani Milo, Pine Milo, by Kamna, me by giving Mari Loenta, so you know Mari people. Now you work in law on suffering people. Now when me by stop long way, you by suffer past them. Me got Kauko and Taro Lokaken and start. Me know what you pay you fortnight, yeah? All people limit you know, so action pay every fortnight, collected from the tax. But for the goodness of the country, I signed that agreement with Somalia. But I bargained for all of the provinces. I did. I bargained. I said, give us, as to the inland tax, give us 60%. And the national government will keep 40%. This is the agreement that I struck with the national government. And thanks to the Somali government for his wisdom, to make sure that he gave us, the provinces, 60% from the VAT that is collected from its provinces. Today now, before this law is now being introduced, I felt sorry for the taxpayers of Leh. The companies, those people who were working there, I felt sorry for them. All man will call him Leh City porthole, all no call him porthole on Ablamano talk, do the wing porthole also, call him Neblomi. As if I own the road, as if I own the toilet system. All of the porthole. Na mi silima finish now, mi to kam keke cement. No no kad man go keke cement ya. All wo bagra pe mita so mi to kemo keke cement ya no no ko go. We have to be fair to the taxpayers, and I made sure that I signed an agreement with the Lord Mayor, Honourable James Kay, before the member for Lake became a member. I signed it with James Kay, the Honourable Lord Mayor, to give 25% to the City of Lake or City Council to provide, maintain the roads and put them in order, fix the lights, fix the toilets, do those things. Places where the people enjoy amenities. And James Kay, I think in Pret member or Minukile good. And then that agreement wasn't implemented. But I thank the new member for Lay, the Deputy Prime Minister. He came as a member, became a member, and eventually made sure that the agreement that I signed was implemented with the previous governor. But he did not do it as he came in. He waited until the visit of his retirement by the people from the member, and then he did it. But the outer came in. Good that he came in. The outer is the one who's speaking to you now. We came in. And now, the member for Lay, I want to thank you. We all agreed before last week, that you got initially 20%, you signed for 20%, but I told you that let's hit 5% on, 5% on. So we agreed on the 5%, which is now 25% from the GST collected, will be given to the province every month. You get 25%. And then so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Assistant Speaker, what I'm trying to say is the taxpayers must be recognized, must be given due respect. Second, Lay City, or Mosby City, Rabaul City, or not Rabaul, Kokopo City, Agen City are the face of the province and the country. They are the face. See, like I go to Hagen. I only see Hagen. I don't go to Kentako. I don't go to Baya or those places. I just go to Hagen and come back. But I tell the people, I've just been to the Western Islands.
Yes.
Yeah? I've been to Hagen, but I've just been to Western Islands. And that is why the Honourable Governor is to make sure from the GST or the member for Hagen, the Honourable Minister for Private Enterprise, he's going to make sure that the Hagen City is beautified. The road is put in order. The toilet system is in order. All those things must be in order. So that when anyone, the national, international people coming to Hagen or coming to Lay or to Kokopo, they will see that me go to Hagen, they come here. Western Islands, they come here. Man, please look nice through here. Must be bush long. When I'm a Jimmy or when I'm up here, you know, stop good, I'll see me not cross, or triple talk here. That's all. Me go to Western Islands, they come here. Man, smart through here, and anybody going to have him name Western Islands, you go on up. Also, can face from Western Islands here. One guy knows him no lay. Come no lay. Now, by light system, when I'm cold before you, me talking about put him cement and now put him cement and smooth to smooth now. Long lay. And a botanical garden, so honourable member along south, me like him asking you, asked me that one time in Tura Korosta, so now me must give me Tura good things in a meter second finish. You explain him good now, explain it simply, you come good. And all long money making this little statement, a statement blue, you go on this long money, you know, go over the block, Papua New Guinea. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. But you come to help him get up in botanical garden and travel boost na moran wokli stabla have so come clean him. So me like asking you don't come help him member of the lane get up in this botanical garden and come back. So and face over the city and me face long province blue mean face long country blue mean you must look at him good. So arrangement any Ami good plan, me support him to bill.
The question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Lay City Authority Act 2015 to provide for a redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Morobe Provincial Government under Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the the third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Lay City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Morobe Provincial Government under Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 42, member for Kokopo.
Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Acting Speaker, the Mount Again City Authority Amendment Bills 2023. Acting Speaker, I present the Mount Again City Authority Bill 2023.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Mount Again City Authority Act 2015 to provide for a redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Western Islands Provincial Government under Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I seek leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make a speech.
Assistant Speaker, Mount Again City Authority Amendment Bills 2023. Assistant Speaker, the Mount Again City is again the melting pot for the Highlands region. The city population continues to increase every year, but its facilities and services are incapable of effectively servicing our city dwellers and the visitors. Assistant Speaker, the Mount Again City Authority Amendment Bills 2023 seeks to allow the physical space of the city to grow its economy, expand and improve the way municipal services are provided, that meet current demands. Assistant Speaker, the bill also seeks to provide a leeway for Mount Again to truly become a model city with state-of-the-art facilities serving both city dwellers, including businesses and residents, as well as visitors. Assistant Speaker, the proposed Mount Again City Authority Bill 2023 will implement the proposed Section 40 Amendment to the Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009. Assistant Speaker, I commend this bill to this Honourable House. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Mount Again City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Western Islands Provincial Government under Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Honourable Member Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Still leave granted? Leave granted. Honourable Member for Mosby South. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Here. Okay. Honourable Member for Kokopo.
Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Logim Tam, the people of Goroka. For the record, I'd also like to state that the people of Goroka will also be seeking the city status in the next coming years and months. But before I say that, I'd like to congratulate the people of Kokopo, the people of Mount Hagen, and the people of Ley for receiving this status as a city. This status will it will change the dynamic of developing our towns. It will move our towns to the next level. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that for Goroka, we do have some challenges before we can meet that city status. Two of our biggest challenges is the water issue and urban drift. We are thankful for the Marape Rosso government to implement the land purchase or the town expansion program. In the next coming months, I will be inviting the Lands Department up to Goroka for a town expansion program. This will set the foundation for us to receive the city status in our community, in our town. With that, I want to thank the Rosso Marape government for extending this program, especially the town expansion program. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill and I commend this amendment to the House. Thank you, Parliament.
Deputy Opposition Leader.
Speaker, again, Myanmar's law, this bill come as far as Morobena Goantap law Hagen. That's all, Mr. Speaker. One pla tintin taso mi like put him go law this house, and this must be noted. Prime Minister, suppose you take note law this law. Minister for Lands, you take note of this. Now all sectors where it is important that inside law development blow you me to make certain that we extend our cities, we amend laws for the benefit of the citizen of the city, that the landowners of our cities must not be neglected. The IHIS of Morobe province must be recognized. The bindings of West New Britain province must be recognized. The Motu Karitabuans of Central province must be recognized. Our people must be included in our development plans. Plenty time, los cities blame me, the towns blame me. Our biggest problem, lo impediment, lo extension, lo cities blame me, the boundaries is our landowners. If we do not include them in the development plans that we have today, the plans that we have today will be restricted to expansions. Also, one plans we got, development plans that we have for the future of our cities, for the future of our towns, must include the landowners in our plans. Landowners are very important in our development plans. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are talking about extension, amendments of laws, we must take note of the building standard laws of our country.
Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we are trying to pass a very, very important law here, and you know, place like Hagen, where I come from as governor, the landowners, especially the people, giving me a lot of headache. And they come into cities to build trade stores, do markets, without even titles. Hagen is a very small place, not like Ley and Port Moresby. Hagen City is a very small
Honourable Governor, I think your point is out of order. He's debating on it. You also implying the same token that he's trying to say.
But, Mr. Speaker, he's talking about landowners. There are other landowners giving problem to us already.
Okay, sorry, Governor for Western Islands, problem.
So it's not a good avenue for him to talk about landowners here. So.
Yeah, Honourable Governor, I think his debate is still on. I'll allow him to debate until if you want to debate later, maybe I can allow you after his debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one sort out this problem. If we include the landowners in our development plans, all landowners, all Pilimosem, they are inclusive in our plans. Now, all Stapisina, you may work one time. It is a development where landowners, the government must hold him hand one time, now move one time. Yeah, that is my point here. Mr. Speaker, the next point that I would like to raise is whilst we are trying to build modern cities and plans for our cities for expansion, it is very important that government agencies must take note of the building standards in this country. You must lose him, this like shanty type buildings, man come inside the city, blow him in, build him like. We have to have a standard. And building boards must be effective. We cannot just come in and build whatever building that we want to build. It must go through a certain authority. For that authority, the building boards, the fiscal planning boards. We have people who are sitting in these boards who have no idea what building constructions are. Now you mean building one something you mean like him inside the cities. So inside the development plan, blame me, to have good cities, good amenities, good services, we must make certain that you may comply with building standards, block country blame me. We have engineers in this country who can work with us to make certain that we meet the standards. Mr. Speaker, me how much lo support him this bill that member lo Kokopo am Karim Kam. Now on behalf of the opposition, me like congratulate him government. Lo this la cities you plakam bring him lo amendments, lo approve him lo development lo cities blowing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Fabao.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Very, very short. But today I wanted to become the devil's advocate. While supporting all the amendments with regards to the changes to our regional cities, I call them, highly commendable. I just want to highlight one concerning issue, and that is prior to 1977, we gained independence in 1975. The organic law on provincial governments and local level governments was passed in 1977, 2 years later. But prior to leading up to independence, we had patrol officers who were based in districts. And the district service centers were blossoming. So they became very, very important. As soon as the organic law on provincial governments and local level governments was passed and provincial government became the top of the issue, everybody forgot about districts. And districts began to die. District towns began to die. So in our efforts to bring more resources to these cities in the debates that we are excited about today, I want to remind us that still the majority of our people live in the rural areas. And this government must not neglect the blossoming of district towns like Kupiano, Bereina, Sogeri up there. And therefore, the challenge that I want to pose, and our economists that advise us on the restructuring of our GST, inland 60%, 40%. Can we relook at this? Because right now, for example, in Central Province, the provincial governments don't have enough to even pay administrative grants to little towns. So they are falling apart already. They're already falling apart because there is no admin grant generated. And so can we, before we get too excited about city authorities, etc., please remember that our masses are in the rural areas. And the United Nations has not made a mistake that to effectively serve rural masses, we must create service centers. So the basic essentials of service centers in district towns, like before provincial government law was passed, all the public servants, all the patrol officers, all the didimans were focused in the districts. That's how this country was built. Little places like Okapa, they had didimans, they are based there, building the coffee plantations, and the agriculture program built the towns. Timber projects established in Kupiano. Kupiano came up from timber projects. Then when Port Moresby City became the NCD, that concept of Port Moresby City, we'll debate that after this. Port Moresby City hosted the National Capital District. Then we were forgotten. And so please don't get too excited about it. I think it's time for us to relook at the 60-40, and now we are negotiating all these authorities to also grab a bit of that. Please don't forget the us in the district towns that we are developing, because our people in the rural areas will come for service. We don't want an urban drift. Urban drift must be avoided at all costs, please. We'd rather decentralize. Our government has been focusing on building roads to decentralize. Now we are talking about cities. I'm warning you, don't get too far, but make sure that our cities are livable. Livable. 800 different tribes. We have not learned to live together properly. Minister for Community Development, bring a policy framework, a strategy, so that we central people can know how to live properly with our brothers from Kaintiba. So in the Port Moresby City, we don't have 9 Mile only for Oro people. That place only for Hela people. That's happening now because we have not developed a structure under which we need to live together, coming together in a place called towns. Honourable Assistant Speaker, while I support the excitement and I support the bill, I thought there must be a caution on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The question is the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Mount Elgin City Authority Act 2015 to provide for the redistribution of goods and services tax revenue paid to the Western Islands Provincial Government under Intergovernmental Relations, Functions and Funding Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 43. Member for National Capital District.
Honourable Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I present the National Capital District Amendment Bill 2023.
Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Honourable Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Member for must be member for National Capital District.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make a speech.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Distinguished members of Parliament, let me preface my presentation firstly by explaining it in this way. In the normal scheme of things, the Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government will present this bill to Parliament. But in consultation with him and also with the Prime Minister, Treasurer, Attorney General and State Solicitors, we have decided that I present this bill so as to get things fixed in the management of our capital city while we plan perhaps, again in consultation with the Executive Government, the Prime Minister and the Portfolio Minister, to see if we can come with a long-term plan to present perhaps an organic law on the management, governance, funding for our National Capital District. This is why I am presenting the bill before the House today. I want to, from the outset, assure the honourable members of Parliament that although it's a private member's bill, but I have done my best to have a wide consultation as possible. As I mentioned, I've consulted the Portfolio Minister, I've consulted the Prime Minister, Treasurer, because they have implication, Attorney General as well, a brief consultation. I have reached out to my colleague, Madam Governor from Central Province, so we can have, going forward to this, before the Parliament, some agreement as to this amendment that I am presenting. Mr. Assistant Speaker, esteemed members of Parliament, the purpose of this amendment basically, firstly, is to tidy up amendments that were made in 2021. It's not necessarily to, change the entire amendment, but to tidy it up, especially in the governance, and the other key factor is in the GST distribution. Secondly, the purpose of this amendment too is, hopefully, Mr. Acting Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, is to bring to an end a long battle that has been going on between two provincial government and the National Capital District Commission. Well before my time, Mr. Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, this dispute over GST has been going on. It must come to an end. And I'm confident that this amendment will bring this dispute to an end, and the respective governments can continue to govern and serve our people in the city, in Central Province, and in Gulf Province. There are two main parts to this amendment. One, in respect of governance, and second, in respect of GST distribution. In respect of governance, the main aspect of this amendment is to bring the structure of governance in the National Capital District consistent or in line with the organic law on provincial and local level of government. In that, it firstly ensures that there are not two governors governing or participating in government of one city or one province, or as intended in the provincial and local, in the organic law on national and local level government, and in the organic law on provincial and local level government. The of the amendment, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and honourable members of Parliament, is to bring in the representative of the church, and secondly is to deal with the, thirdly is to deal with the amendment, the quorum. In 2006 or 2007, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, there was an amendment that reduced the membership of the NCDC board from around 12 down to about 9. It did not change the quorum. So since then, we always have a problem with quorum. So this amendment will fix it to make sure that the quorum is 50 plus 1. The church representative was removed in 2006 or 2007. Now the church representative has been brought back. In the amendment in 2021, the representative from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been reinstated. That will remain. The other aspect of governance, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, is that the powers to appoint the appointed members of the board will remain, as per 2021 amendment, remain with the board of the commission. In the past, the powers were vested with the chairman being the governor of the city. That has changed in the 2021 amendment. This amendment does not seek to amend it. It keeps that power in the board, consistent with the organic law on provincial and local level government practices. Mr. Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, just a background to all this as well. Leading up to the 2021 amendment, the then Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government, now Attorney General, made a declaration to seeking to declare the city as a province. His intention was sincere, but in the city, we are of the view that the framers of our country, those who put the Constitution and our country together, intended specifically that the National Capital District must be a special district, must never become a provincial government. And I want to assure members of Parliament that under my watch, we will ensure that the city remains a special entity, special government in the hierarchy and structure of the state as a national capital district, not having the same status as the provincial government. So this amendment will also sort that out, and with the support of the Minister for provincial and local level government, we have also fixed that already. The other aspect of this amendment, Mr. Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, is the GST distribution. So in the 2021 amendment, Central Province sold 10%, and the others remains as they are. In this amendment, Central Province remained 10%, Gulf Province remained 3%, and we have elevated Motu-Koida GST allocation to 10% from 2%. That's the big difference that this amendment seeks. And I don't want to dwell on that too much. I think the debate leading to this has put us in perspective. But I want to assure members of Parliament that under my watch and the board of the Commission as a whole, we are committed to doing what we can to support our indigenous people, our Motu Kodabu people, to make sure that their government, Motu Koida Assembly, is a fully fledged government that is able to function with the capacity to serve our people, so that our people, Motu and Kodabu people, are not marginalized. They have capacity financially, politically, and in other aspects to be able to participate in all facets of development and life in the city, and be able to pursue their goals, and together we can build the city together and contribute to the wider outcome of our people and the nation. I want to, in this respect too, that announce to Parliament that in as far as the board and myself as the governor is concerned, we have also made addition to allocate all the revenue that we generate from land rates in the city. The national government charge some fees, but NCDC charge rates. All those rates, together with the allocation from GST, will go to Motu-Koida Assembly so that they can be a functional, effective government to the extent that we can. In this respect, I just want to say this, that Motu-Koida Assembly is not just a responsibility of the municipal government of our capital city. It's equally a responsibility of the national government. By creating the capital here, our people of Motu-Koida did not come to the city came to them. So it should be, and it is a shared responsibility. So in this respect, there are some aspects of, you will notice from the amendments that this amendment is coming through with all our, support and agreement, because it is being supported, especially the GST component, by the national government. So in this respect, I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, Minister for Intergovernment, Attorney General, that I believe we have found the recipe for us to go forward, especially in terms of resolving the GST issue. I am confident that after this, as far as NCDC is concerned, we will not take this matter to court anymore. What is due to Central Province, release to them. What is due to Gulf Province, release to them. What is due to Motu-Koida, we release it to them. So the three governments are effective and functioning and no longer wasting our time in court. And that is because, Prime Minister, you made the decision and the Treasurer made the decision that we will share this responsibility. So this GST resolution is a shared responsibility. Part of it will come from NCDC's contribution or component, the inland GST, and part of it will come from the national government. And I want to say in this respect that in terms of GST, there is a perspective or a view that in the city we get a lot of GST. Yes, we do. We get a lot of GST because a lot of corporates, they operate here. The business is flourishing. And that's the challenge to all of us. But I want to explain too that in terms of the collection of GST and the distribution of GST, although it's 60-40, at the end of the day, NCDC, together with the 2 or 3 other governments that we share the GST, national government overall gets 72% of the GST. Only 28 of the GST is distributed to NCDC and to the other 2 or 3 governments. So I want everyone to understand, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that the city do its part to contribute to revenue that is shared between all the provinces. And in this respect, I just want to give us a contextualize to that. In terms of budget, for example, for NCDC, our budget, since I became governor, it was below 300 million. Now it's just gone above 300 million annually. So if we do a comparison, that budget is almost the same or below some of the provinces. And again, I don't want to name the provinces at this time, but I just want to put us in perspective that, yes, we get a lot of GST, but in terms of comparison, it's comparable or almost the same as 5 other provinces in the country. So it's not a very big amount of money that is far outstretched the other provinces. Other important aspect of that I want to also explain to members of parliament, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is that unlike the provinces, you all get functional grants, education, infrastructure, health. The city, we don't get functional grant. We plaksim GST na MTA and we have to run the city with it, manage the city with it. So it's a big challenge. So that is basically the essence of the 2 main aspects of the amendment. As I said, it's only to tidy up, not to change the 2021 amendment dramatically, but I hope that it will bring the dispute between the 3 entities, 3 governments to an end. I'm confident that it will be brought to an end. Otherwise, Mr. Assistant Speaker, what is most needed at this time is to have a functioning government that is allowed to function and manage our city. Since the 2021 amendment, we have had problems because the 2021 amendment said we invite the Council of Women to come in. There is no functioning Council of Women. We invite the National Youth, whatever, to come in. There is no functional National Youth Development Authority or National Youth Commission. So since the amendment up to now, it's been affecting the management of our capital city. And so this amendment will fix this one out. It will still allow representative from the workers' union to be in the board of the commission. It will allow women's representative, youth representative, settlement representative, church representative, business representative, but all these non-elected members of the board will be appointed by the board of the commission and not by the governor, just consistent with the organic law. So some small changes, not big changes. Main thing is that we have an agreement with the national government to share the responsibility of funding, especially GST going to Central Province, to Gulf Province, and to Motukoita Assembly. So with that, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. a bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Member for Mosby. Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Honourable Member for Iriquayari.
Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate. I commend the amendments to the National Capital District Commission Act and adopt and endorse the rationale and explanations presented today by the good governor for NCD. I would like to just contribute to this debate by saying, firstly, the alignments are important and critical as to the constitution of the membership of the board of the commission, and also the adjustments to the GST. This GST apportionment has been the subject of not only debate but litigation, and also misunderstanding between our peoples. My district enclaves the city of Port Moresby, and Mr. The good governor makes a very important point, and I borrow his words. The people of Motukoita, who do not have a seat today at the moment, but as my cousins, did not choose the city, but the city chose them. Very important statement. The country we did not choose, but they chose us. Some of us who were born into this after 1975. And as the city is evolving and this country grows, and its growth pattern and its GDPs, every successive government has debated and wanting to grow this country. As a matter of course and natural effect of growth, the city grows and grows. If the city of Port Moresby is growing and into this district of Iriquayari. When it grows, there is more demand and stress on land. As the demand and stress on land is growing, I must take note of the previous debate by my colleague MP of Abao, Honorable Sir Pukatemu, and embracing and not reminding us not to forget the importance of district townships. I am excited about the trend this government is chasing and I'm taking, and I commend the Maraperoso government for presenting these 4 very important critical bills today. Because these bills consolidate and increase the capacity of each of these regional townships or cities. And then it is embracing and allowing growth. When I say this with great trembling and great fear. I carry a very heavy burden of my people, of Iriquayari. And that problem is such that when the city is growing and more land is being demanded upon for development, revenue, one extreme debates and pushes for more increased revenue, internal revenue for the provinces, for Central Province and the city of NCD, of Port Moresby. I believe the distinctions between these two entities will be made more particularly well by Honorable Sir Pukatemu. But it suffices to say that when the city is growing, my people of Iriquayari are now at a position of problem. You see, now the city is choosing us. Growth is not our turn to be. We have been chosen, elected. We are special. My people are very, very special people. Very resilient people. And they have given and they will continue to give to this country. And we are not talking about years down the line, but I also adopt the embracing attitude of the Minister for Agriculture and Member for Goroka. I put the House on notice that I too will be raising my hand for a special position. The Iriquayari City Authority must be discussed And I will engage with the Minister for Intergovernmental Relations and Provincial Affairs and the Minister for Lands. Growth is not a bad thing. Growth is a good thing. But growth must be organized growth. There must be greater consultation, and a better way to do this is through proper legislation that encapsulates a vision of fiscal planning and how land will be used. And through, as a matter of course, how customary land, and this is why Hirikwari is unique. We are not only close to the city and very embracing the city, but we host one of the biggest resources or facilities in this country, and that is the Papua New Guinea LNG project. We also host what Papua LNG will be bringing on stream. We host Sogeri and Sirinumu Dam and the power that is generated from it. We also host the recently launched Edevu power plant and the water that 52 megawatt power station. We are soon to be hosting the Kido Rare limestone product. This limestone will further be produced into click, which will be very, very resourceful for our Connect PNG project. The cement roads that we demand, we will not be importing cement anymore. Once this project is off the ground, we will be producing limestone and cement in Hirikwari, providing it for the roads of Papua New Guinea. This is why growth, when I talk about growth, I am trying to highlight here the importance of special legislation that is going to encapsulate this growth. So we are not standing around the corner of, on the sides of roads and trying to talk to indigenous people and cut an unconscionable agreement so the land is made accessible and received. I am very grateful that the visionary leadership of the city, the governor of the city of Port Moresby, in this tenure, obviously the benefit of hindsight has allowed us all to come together and to see a common vision for mutual growth and mutual support. This amendment is extremely important in this context. More so that I want to therefore highlight here that as we debate the question of GST and how to apportion it, I am hopeful my governor will embrace the analogy that if the garden is getting too small because there's too many of us, we should make our own garden now. We should now create our own kitchen and cook our own meal for our people. You may need to cutting bush blow you meet. You may need to come up with new city blow you meet. Here in West Bay will be the industrial hub of Papua New Guinea's Port Moresby. Here in East will become the commercial and administrative hub of Central Province. Me, I'm happy man, blooming, I'm with the resource below national government staff. Me stop somebody ready and me like walk. Thank you too much for this time you give. The people who here require no air in view blow me plan. Because you plan now being in us choosing me plan, me not choosing you. You like a mystery. This is a nice little medicine up there. You must kiss me. You ready to walk with you. Thank you too much.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to quickly voice my support for Governor of NCD. The nation's capital is our home for the seat of government, a home for major business offices, a home for all government departments, and it's a home to close to 1 million people, the biggest city we have in our country. Any work happening here is a national outcome, and I just want to place on record my appreciation to the City Hall for their continuous assistance to many of our nation's program we host or hold in the city. And the important functionality of the City Hall is important. I want to also stress that the majority of the Honourable Powers Pakop, when the amendment came through last year to fight for the greater interests of Central Province, who lost their township, who lost their place of doing business when Port Moresby was converted into our nation's capital. The intention that came in last year was to restore recognition to Central Province and to show support for them. I want to appreciate Governor Pakop in the current amendments that he's doing. He's doing two important matters of fact that must be acknowledged. Entrances, the allocation to central provincial government, and lifts up an allocation to the Motu Koita people, a class of Papua New Guineans who have lost their gardening land and their fishing territories forever. I think over 10% increase to Motu Koita. Our government on this side gives full support and recognize the maturity of the City Hall today when the governor in his own free will, of course with our backing, steps up to give a great allocation to the Motu Koita Council. I want to place on the Parliament handset, and for our country's recognition, the personal leadership the Governor Pakov has made in this endeavor. And I want to also indicate to him and to the other city municipals, city authorities, and even all our provincial capitals and our districts, in the way we're doing business going forward, we don't want to leave anyone behind. And it is in the interest of all of us who had leadership in those different places to follow in and take cue from Member for Kokopo, take cue from governor and governors of the provinces. They picked up laws that is relevant to be amended to ensure they give support within the framework of public policy that governs our running of government today. So big commendations to all leaders all around. Special mention to Governor Pakov for his continuous leadership in the City Hall to ensure our city remains vibrant functionality. We look forward to tidy some areas in the inland GST space. We look forward to tidy some areas, not just in the NCD, but the resource and revenue sharing arrangements within national government and provincial government, but more importantly, PAC, with clarity of functions that you can address at your provincial level, at your city level, or at your local level, so that we have clarity of who's doing what, and hopefully in the process, expeditious service delivery to our people. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I say it. The question is that the bill now be read at that time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I say it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Bill of Government Business.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, ask Leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Leave granted. Aye. Leave granted. Leave of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent order of the day number 25 and 26. Government business being called forthwith. So, my apologies, as a Speaker. 18, 19, 20, 26, 25 and 26. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I say it. Clerk.
Order of the day number 18. Constitution Amendment Law to the 2023, Prime Minister. Second reading, first required opportunity for debate and first vote.
Clerk. No? Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first reading required opportunity for debate.
Make a speech.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the proposed amendment to the Constitution is in response to work that has been happening since 2012. And for those who have been part of the Alatau Accord 1 in the 2012 government formation, and a key resolution that emerged in that was the review of the Ombudsman Commission's law and to focus on changes to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the work of the Commission. The OC identified some issues in line with the operations of the law, and after raising it in brief to the national government then, approval from the national government was granted for the reviews of the laws, of which there would be a need for an amendment to the Constitution. The OC then initiated a review process and brought on board the state team in 2014, consisting of the Constitutional Law and Law Reform Commission, Office of the State Solicitor, and Office of the FLC, First Legislative Council. Together, the team conducted regional consultations from 2015 to 2016 with relevant stakeholders, the public, and the leaders who came under the Leadership Code. The issues identified were the subject of consultations, where reports were taken, compiled, and reflected in this constitutional amendment, among other amendments to the related laws. As a result of this constitutional process, the proposed bill will now improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the work of the Ombudsman Commission. It captures some of the issues identified initially. This proposed bill will now enhance the Ombudsman Commission to perform its functions and exercise all powers necessary in connection with the performance of its functions. It complies with the constitutional requirement. Section 50 of the Constitution provides for the right to vote and stand for public office. And being a qualified leader or qualified right under the Constitution, this right can be regulated and restricted as long as it complies with the democratic principles and the rights and dignity of mankind. The proposed amendments under Section 31 of the Constitution will restrict the right, and accordingly to increasing the exclusionary term in which a person may be restricted to stand for public office as a result of being guilty of misconduct in office. Amendment of Section 31. Section 31 of the Constitution specifies the disqualification on dismissal, where a person is dismissed from the office for misconduct in office will not be able to hold or perform certain functions. The current provisions under Section 31, subsection 1 provides for such a period for 3 years after the date of dismissal. It is recommended that the period of disqualification under Section 1 of the Constitution is increased from 3 years to 5 years. The penalty regime of the Ombudsman Commission's legislation has been outdated and not reviewed for a very long time, and therefore needs to be revised and updated to a reasonable and appropriate standard. The updated penalties should also capture and encourage deterrence and at some level resonate the level and cost of resources utilized by the Ombudsman Commission in conducting the investigation, as well as setting up of the leadership tribunals. Hence, Section 31, subsection 1 will be amended by removing the word 3 and replacing with the word 5. Amendment of Section 219, subsection 1, Part A, and also subpart 4. Section 219, subsection 1A of the Constitution specifies the functions of Ombudsman Commission, where it can investigate on its own initiative or on the complaint by a person affected, any conduct on the part of state services and other government bodies, including provincial and local level government that are set up by statute and are wholly or mainly supported by public monies, where members of its controlling bodies are appointed by the NEC. It is recommended that these jurisdictions be expanded to enable the OC to investigate state-owned enterprises and its officials, which is deemed to be owned by the state through its shareholding by the Prime Minister or Ministers, example MRDC and National Airports Corporation. Ombudsman Commission determines that this amendment be considered as it is aligned to Commission's enforcement of the provisions of the organic law on the Ombudsman Commission. This proposal will improve the investigation which is conducted into administrative process of government service delivery mechanisms and its agents and etc. This is a concern of the OC's mandate in the source of funding for these entities, public monies, and thus accountability of processes and procedures by OC is necessary. Mr. Assistant Speaker, in summary, these amendments, one deals with increase of a term of suspension from 3 years to 5 years, and I want to appeal to all our members of Parliament. We have much responsibilities on our hand. We're not here to do the wrong thing. The public feels that we are here doing the wrong thing all the time. The Parliament is now taking responsibility to inform the country that we're changing the outdated law of 3 years to 5-year term of suspension. This is the first part of this proposed amendment. The second part is to sign, bringing other public office holders under the auspices of state-owned companies, state-owned enterprises like MRDC, Kumul Petroleum, National Airports Corporation, etc., within the ambit and greater of the Ombudsman Commission and under the leadership code. I put this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the question be now put. The question is that the proposed now law. Those in favor say aye. Hope so. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading in proposed law to alter the Constitution for related purposes.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposed law without amendments be agreed to.
The question is that proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote of the Constitution, requires the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a 2/3 absolute majority of 79 members. Members of Parliament, the honourable members, the Parliament is now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law, with or without amendment, be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, the results are yeas 87, noes 0. Honourable members, in accordance with the Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second required opportunity for the debate, and the second vote to be urgent for at least 2 months this day, as required by the Constitution. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 19. Organic Law on the Duties and Responsibilities of Leadership, Amendment Law 2023, Prime Minister. Second reading, first required opportunity for debate and first vote, 15 March.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. But pass them through, let me talk. Thank you. Along all members of the Parliament, 87 plus. Papua New Guinea, register him, name blow display, 87 plus member, sit down law house tete. You blow one electorate blow you, look, law member please sit down, including Governor Blong Central, Governor Blong Eastern Islands, Governor Blong Millen Bay, law opposite side. Since 1975, no got all body of leaders, James Marabeta Solmas is in big name. Today, all these leaders. Up in penalty, blow, suspension, blow leader, go along 5 years, na 3 year. Papua New Guinea, plenty time, you meeting with some leaders, tabla house, lo make him corrupt, passing over time. You mean a trust him or leaders, me too. You see him named one for paintbrush, that's all, not talk over some Ogara line corrupt. This law leaders, Sinan wanted me, starting law 2019, all pass him independent commission against corruption. Behind him the same roadmark, am now today 87 member of parliament. Only now passing first vote, 87 blogger, law up him. Time long stop outside, suppose you broke him law, go along 5 year, na 3 year. This law me stops in 70, so we must talk. Thank you all members. A plenty time public, you miss a thinking was only stop of self-interest. But today, one more evidence that members of parliament are here, not for self-interest, but national interest. Now up him time long stop outside, so I was all broken leadership code from 3 year, go along 5 year. And today, me like behind this increase the companies, furthermore, looks our long sanisim, law e banisim or make him ombudsman commission work. Lo clear him as you may prepare long banisim growth lo country me go forward, na kissing work lo the leaders come. But I also to clear past them law you may amend the constitution and also bring him all certain leaders, only hold him all office law country and law state on enterprises also come underneath law within the ambit law scrutiny law leadership code. Olga now you may stop underneath law display, some law by cross law display, but all office where you stop underneath long public money, Olga must come underneath law one law, long balance him how you may operate my staff. Mr. Speaker, behind this law work, me like also introducing papers law. This proposed amendment along organic law duties, my responsibility law leader. And again, this law work am start long Alatau Accord 1. Time law 2012, but me like talk to no got serious commitment law moving all this block and important reform block country. Easy, slow start until we picked up this work and what is important for the country, we are progressing them, including this work. And so me like talk side is the second reform come lo make him some all additional work. And I want to inform these members of parliament, I think your copy of my second reading was also attached with the earlier discussion of the proposed amendments. that was circulated earlier. But for this moment, if I could read through aspects of this amendment, so it's recorded on handset, you all hear from me, and you could keep be with me through the statement, and for us to go through the opportunity to vote later. Amendment of Section 1. Section 1 contains definitions. It is recommended that a new definition is included. Section 1, therefore, is to be amended to insert the word national enterprise. The definition of this meaning of national enterprise will be within the meaning of Investment Promotion Authority Act 1992. Amendment to Section 4. Section 4 looks at the statement of income of leaders who are both elected and appointed. The section requires all leaders to submit annual statement upon the anniversary of their appointment into public office. Non-submission or non-compliance is a misconduct where the OC investigates a leader and upon collection of all evidence makes referral to the Office of the Public Prosecutor, who will then recommend to the Chief Justice to set up a leadership tribunal to hear the matter. It is recommended that instead of matters being referred to the Public Prosecutor, the OC be given the power to order fines for non-compliance amounting to 20,000. This recommendation will enable the Commission to use its resources effectively whilst dealing with its offence through its internal administrative processes. It is a very effective means of deterring non-compliance on leaders failing to make their annual statement. What this amendment to Section 4 means is that for late returns, instead of it being a referral tribunal matter, it's a fine matter, handled as a fine matter instead of going all the way to a leadership tribunal matter. Insertion of a new Section 17A, it is recommended that a new section is inserted, amend by inserting a new section to be read as Section 17A as procedures of the Commission. This proposal provides clarity in the administrative procedures and decision-making during the meeting of the members of Commission. Insertion of new Section 17B. It is recommended that a new section is inserted, amend by inserting a new section to be read as Section 17A, 17B rather, as members, etc., to maintain secrecy. This proposal is to strengthen the concept of secrecy of the work of the Ombudsman Commission. Amendment to Section 22, subsection 1. This provides for the protection of information received by the Commission. Here it provides that where a Prime Minister, upon consultation with the Ombudsman Commission, satisfies information not to be made public, it shall be so. This is where such information produced or shared should be confidential, since it will be detrimental to security, defense, international relations of the country, hence affecting or causing prejudice to the country and its interests. With the existence of the 3 members of the Commission, including the Chief Ombudsman, it is important to capture all the views and consensus where such need arises. To limit the Chief Ombudsman will not only be proper, taking into consideration the principles of democracy, and also be open to abuse or misuse of power. Hence, the term Chief Ombudsman should be replaced with the term Commission. This will reflect in relation to provisions of Section 19(1) of the Organic Law on Ombudsman Commission. So, removing the word Chief Ombudsman and replacing with Commission, the 3 bodies of the Commission work together in matters relating to Ombudsman Commission. Amendment to Section 31. Section 31 specifies the penalty of failure to attend and produce document which required by OC. The current penalty stands at 5,000 or imprisonment for 3 months. However, the current penalties are low, taking into consideration the current circumstances. Updated penalties should capture and encourage deterrence, and at some level resonate the level and cost of resources utilized by the Ombudsman Commission in conducting obvious investigation, as well as setting up the leadership tribunal, and also the production report for administrative compliance investigation. Strengthening the Ombudsman Commission's penalty regime is a common theme raised by many during the consultation processes. This most commonly raised concern is related to the outcome of investigations conducted under the Leadership Code, and is about the types and severity of the penalties that are given to leaders found guilty by a leadership tribunal. There appears to be a widely held view that amongst the people who attended our programs, that the penalties are inadequate and doesn't reflect the importance the community places on honesty and trustworthy. Therefore, there should be an increase of penalty from 5,500 rather to 5,000, or imprisonment of 3 months to 12 months. This is the reason of the amendment of Section 31. Amendment to Section 32. Section 32 provides for an offence penalty of a person refusing to attend and give evidence on an inquiry conducted by OC. The penalty is 5,000 or imprisonment for 3 months. However, the current penalties are low, and so the considered increase is from 500 to 5,000, and for 3 months to 12 months in terms of imprisonment if they're imprisoned, if they don't pay, rather. Amendment to Section 33. Section 33 specifies a penalty for being in contempt of the Commission, and so again it looks at those who are in contempt, increasing from 500 to 5,000, or imprisonment for to be increased to 12 months instead of 3 months. Insertion of a new Section 33A. A new Section 33A will be inserted to cater for the offence of obstruction or non-cooperation with the Commission in carrying out its function. The objective is to create a new offence aimed at people who attempt to obstruct the work of the Commission, especially its investigation. This offence would include moving, destroying, or altering documents, intimidating or otherwise interfering with witnesses. There is a clear need for the Commission to have sufficient powers to conduct its investigations effectively and efficiently, without interference from third parties undermining its ability to fulfill its constitutional function. 33A, intimidation, interference, etc. of witness. A person who obstructs or intimidates or interferes with a witness or informant of the Ombudsman Commission will be guilty of offence. Penalty is from 5,000 or 12 months imprisonment. Amendments to Section 35. Section 35 provides for restrictions of person ceasing public office holder and holding other public office as a result of changes in government policy on the involvement of foreign enterprise in PNG resource sector and growth in the large-scale national or domestic enterprise. These provisions should broaden to cover those domestic enterprises as well. It is proposed that a restriction of former leaders holding directorship positions be extended to national and domestic companies as well as foreign enterprise. This is in recognition of broader range of potential conflict of interest that a leader might be subject to. In addition, it is proposed that a period of exclusion be reduced from 3 years to 1 year. This is recognition of the risk of abuse of position lessened over time, and the prohibition and intervention of the Ombudsman Commission should only be required for the initial year when the risks are heightened. The penalty will increase similar to the other procedural offences under Part 6. That means increased penalty from 1,000 to 5,000, or imprisonment of term from 3 months to 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a proposed law to amend the organic law on the duties and responsibilities of leadership.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask Leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is the leave granted?
Aye.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposed law without amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by the two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, those who stand in support of the law amendment is 86 and against 0. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second required opportunity for the debate, and the second vote be urgent to at least 2 months this day, as required by the Constitution. Clerk.
Organic Law and Ombudsman Commission Amendment Law 2023, Prime Minister. Second reading, first required opportunity for debate and first vote.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate, please.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of these amendments and some contextualized background, as I did mention earlier, there were emerging line of thought that the Ombudsman Commission must be reformed, revitalized, and placed in its right context. Work started since 2012 on this matter, but there was no concerted effort to push it along, although there were consultations made by relevant agencies, including the Constitutional Law Reform Commission, the Office of State Solicitor, and FLC and others. Has not been progressed. Since we took office, we had a relook in all this in totality, and this is a start of process to work towards strengthening Ombudsman Commission, tidying up, cleaning it up. I just want to inform you, Mr. Acting Speaker, Parliament, the process of continuing reform Ombudsman will take course, not to dilute its role, but entrench its role, and also make it rise above all the current impediments we have at the moment in Ombudsman and elsewhere. And so this is a work in progress for us, part of our work towards cleaning up all systems of government in preparation for a nation to go beyond 25 years or 50 years of independence at 2025. This aspect of the amendment to the Organic Law and Ombudsman Commission Amendment Bill 21 includes an amendment to Section 4.1. It prescribes for the qualification of ombudsman, such as his or her character. The current provision contains integrity, independence, etc., as a key requirement to be eligible for appointment as chief ombudsman. However, this can apply also to 2 other ombudsmen. The wording should be under Section 4, subsection 1 should capture that. So the wording of how the chief ombudsman is described also is reflected in the 2 other ombudsmen to be appointed. Amendment to Section 5 prescribes from the term of the office of the members of the Commission. Currently, there is an absence of time limit to Ombudsman Appointments Committee to sit and appoint the relevant purpose upon vacancy. The proposed suggestion is to have the OC convene within 4 months and to make the recommendations to Governor General. Section 5 therefore should be amended by inserting a provision after Section 5.2 to allow for this. The new section will be Section 5, subsection 2A. Amendment to Section 10, the current retirement age under Section 10 is 55 years. However, the head of state, upon the advice of Ombudsman Commission Appointments Committee, may appoint or reappoint a person of the retirement age of 55 to be and act as member of the Commission until he attains the age of 60. There have been recent changes to the retirement age of public servants and judges. It has reflected a greater recognition of the need for candidates to have considerable experience to fulfill the responsibilities of senior roles. The new changes include 65 and 75 years respectively. For the advanced retirement age under Section 10, such is not necessary. Currently, there is no way of assessing an ombudsman's capacity, and there are avenues in place, such as Section 7 of the Organic Law on guarantees of rights and independence of constitutional office holders, to remove a constitutional office holder where they are no longer capable of fulfilling their obligations. Therefore, there is a need for consideration of renewal on a case-by-case basis. The Commission can occupy office up to 2 terms until 1075. Hence, Section 10 should be amended to cater for only 75 years as retirement age. Together with that, a lifetime pension should be accorded to the person regardless of age upon retirement. Mr. Acting Speaker, this one uplifts the age of retirement or compulsory retirement to 75, consistent with the judges we have. Mr. Acting Speaker, today we have a case in point where retirement age is at 55, trying to source in appropriate Papua New Guineans or others outside to come into the vacancies at the Ombudsman Commission or Chief Ombudsman Commission level. We're struggling to find appropriate people with the right experience. We thought 55 years is too early, and so lifting it up similar to the retirement ages of judges, we can be able to find senior people who can be qualified to sit in this important role as Chief Ombudsman or Ombudsman Commissioners. In section about Section 11A, Section 11 talks about appointment of acting Chief Ombudsman and acting Ombudsman. Here, the Ombudsman Appointment Committee makes necessary appointments where there is a vacancy in the substantive position of the respective persons. One of the practical challenges faced so far in realizing the full intent of the provision was the convening of the Ombudsman's Appointment Committee meetings under under Section 217, subsection 2 of the Constitution, consists of the Prime Minister as the Chairman, the Chief Justice, the Leader of Opposition, the Chairman of the appropriate Parliamentary Committee, and the Chairman of the Public Service. Some of the main reasons for challenge in convening meetings include the OSCE meetings currently unregulated, the differing schedule and coordination of these different persons, getting the OSCE together. Such can result in urgent appointments upon vacancy being delayed, hence affecting operation of OSCE. As a meaning of addressing this issue, Section 11A should insert that to cater for OSCE to recommend to the Governor General to make acting appointments within 4 months of the vacancy whilst awaiting substantive appointments. Insertion of a new Section 16A, preliminary inquiries. A new Section 16A should be inserted to assist the work of the OSCE. Currently, when complaints are made, OSCE proceeds on to the investigation part upon ending up in handling of cases with or without marriage, hence affecting time and resources. Setting up of a preliminary inquiry function can assist efficiency, time and cost-cutting measures. Members of Parliament, Mr. Assistant Speaker, they check instead of proceeding to all matters straight down the path of leadership referral. This insertion means there's a check to ensure whether cases have merit to proceed or cases should be at that gate. Amendment to Section 17, subsection 2. The section operates by prescribing that all OSCE investigations are done in private. The recommendation is that while undertaking investigation under Section 17, where the OSCE dictates a criminal conduct, it can share this information with the police. The amendment is to ensure an enabling sharing of information, especially with the police force. Amendment to Section 19.1. Section 19.1 provides for the protection of information upon the Commission. Here, the amendment seeks to protect the confidentiality of the information. The Ombudsman Commission and the Chief Ombudsman Commission is not entitled to make it public. Amendment to Section 30. Section 30 specifies the penalty of failure to attend and produce document. As the earlier amendments, current penalty stands at 500 or 3 months of imprisonment. However, the current penalties are low considering the current circumstances. This amendment comes to uplift the penalties concerned from 500 to 5,000, 3 months to 12,000. Section 31, amendments to Section 31 provides for the offence and penalty of a person refusing as witnesses. Again, 5,500 to 5,000, 3 months to 12 months. Amendment to Section 32 specifies a penalty for being in contempt of the OC work, and in that same vein, the amendments thus increased from 500 to 5,000, or 3 months to 12 months. Mr. Speaker, before I commend this bill to the House for opportunity to vote again, I just want to assure all members of Parliament further reforms will come on, and we tidy on what are referable matters, what are matters that could be handled administratively, and fines and penalties, instead of all being moved down the path of leadership tribunal. Mr. Speaker, on this I commend this bill to the House.
The honourable member for Abao.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister, for these important amendments you are bringing to the Honourable House for the Ombudsman Commission. Because of the timing and the reading of the amendments, some of us could not catch up with some of the specifics that you are making with regards to the amendments. But with the current one that you have just read, I want to make comment on the amendment to Section 17, subsection 2. It's a little bit concerning that at the preliminary stages of the Ombudsman investigating a leader, and in this provision you are recommending that if the OC detects a criminal conduct, it can share this information with the police. There lies the issue, because when there is not sufficient completion of an investigation and suggesting that there is a criminal, then I can see the leader being subject to police and ombudsman investigation at the same time. And while the suspicion is there, and that brings a lot of the issues with regards to the leader's status, because once the leader not been tried yet and you are exposed to police investigation at the same time, the ombudsman, as suggested in this amendment, then you are bringing the leader into a lot of distress. That's my personal view. And so, whilst this is the first opportunity to vote, I take caution in these particular amendments. I think it is a little bit too much for individual leaders. While some leaders can stand the stress, others can't. And so I think we need to relook at this particular provision. Leaders shouldn't be investigated twice by two authorities. Once the OC completes it, then any matter that it has successfully concluded, it should basically go through the referral process, and the public prosecutor can then proceed after that rather than before that. That's my view. It's too early to undertake those type of investigation, and the leader is exposed to two sets of constitutional office investigating the leader. I'm not too sure, Assistant Speaker, whether later on the Prime Minister will bring some other amendments with regards to issues like, for example, the Chief Ombudsman and the number of commissioners. Because at the moment I understand, for example, that there are only 3 of them. And so the quorum is the quorum of the 3 in making a decision to refer a leader. And so my suggestion is that really need to relook at this composition. And my view is that when there is a quorum in the absence of the full number of commissioners attending, then the quorum has to agree fully. For example, in the 3 of them that sit, the 3 of them must agree that this is a referral case, rather than 2 out of 3 agreeing. because there is sometimes a conflict of interest some of us have experienced. And so I would be looking forward to that type of amendments so that the leader cannot be referred when the quorum is only 2, the lawyer doesn't turn up, the chief ombudsman is there, and the 2 of them sit and the chief ombudsman makes the call or the other commissioner makes the call when there is a division. And referring a leader is a serious matter, and therefore the composition and the final decision of the quorum should be re-looked at in my view, having had quite a few referrals from the ombudsman myself. And so I hope the Assistant Speaker, the Prime Minister, will bring this or take into consideration when there are other amendments that are coming. But my point that I really want to stress this afternoon, and other amendments could come, is that in the presence of ICAC, with the powers that we have granted to ICAC, I think the Parliament really should be given the privilege of, and I think this is the process, that where does the Ombudsman come in? Because there has been some debate and references made to the Supreme Court. And so I think the Parliament really should be given the privilege of, ICAC is there, Fraud Squad is there, Ombudsman is there. How do we structure a legal framework in order for these important entities to play their roles efficiently and effectively? Some of us, Mr. Assistant Speaker, have formed an opinion that the state really should support the police big time. The Fraud Squad, for example, should be fully supported with all the resources. ICAC is there already. And the question that is wanting is, what is now the relevance of the Ombudsman Commission? That's the question that I would want to pose in this debate. What is then the relevance of the Ombudsman Commission in Papua New Guinea? With, and in some of our opinions, with our Melanesian culture of leadership, and the late Bernard Narakobi, in his struggle to define Melanesian leadership, he was trying to find out when haplo Melanesian leadership am acceptable, when haplo conventional leadership lo Umilo Westminster system am acceptable. Some of the issues come up with election issues. For example, some of us, by me killing pig, lo time me meet. Some of us, we have to pay house cry. And some of us are debating whether our allowances, the DSD should include house cry support too. Ombudsman says no. And so we dig in our personal pocket, but our Melanesian leadership is, you leader here, you must help him. And so in that debate of Melanesian leadership and our strong entrenched Melanesian cultures and the expectations of Melanesian leadership in the modern 21st century under the Westminster system, how do we then provide a legislative framework to take on board some of these issues? And I think, Assistant Speaker, we really need to design a process, and I'm for a serious process where these issues are processed well. For example, through the Constitutional Law Reform Commission to process this well through a good consultation, not only out there, but with the legal brains. And then they properly inform us, the legislators, so that we can pass these amendments. Rather than, and in one time standing here in the early debate of the 11th Parliament, I did say, I don't want to support an amendment because I don't want to be seen as not being part of a government. I want to make up my own mind and speak my own mind. Because if I don't stand up to vote for these amendments, then I will not receive my DSIP check next week. That type of culture must go. It must go. We must be able to speak our minds. And so in this important issue of the Ombudsman amendments, I'm seeing a lot of silence already, so I decided to stand up. I think there's too much silence in the room right now. And we deserve to talk. We really deserve to express our views. And perhaps in a one-hour session, as the bill is being presented and we are asked to vote, in the absence of many of us not having time to properly read the proposed amendments, then in the name of solidarity, we are passing and standing up everybody. For my example, little example is in the NCD amendments, I wanted to argue against the amendments, but we moved it. I stood up twice. That type of processes should be recognized so the legislature plays its role properly. But in this particular instance, when our Honorable Prime Minister stood up with Section 17.2 of the amendments, I read it again and I said, let me express my view. So that's my view, Assistant Speaker, and I hope in the next reading after, then we can process it before it comes back on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Petroleum.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I want to express my appreciation to the Prime Minister for the series of amendments that he brought in this afternoon. These amendments are intended to strengthen and improve the work of the law enforcement agencies in this country, one of which is the Ombudsman Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, when things like this come onto the floor of this Parliament, I would like to invite us on the floor of this Parliament to see the context in this country out of which the necessity for such bills to be brought to the floor of this Parliament. The single biggest issue we have in this country, and we continue to struggle with every day in our country, is this distrust that our people have in us on a platform and allegations of corruption. And part of the distrust that the people that have in our country leads to them taking away the respect they have for us, and they withdraw the mandate to us, they do their own things out there, and then you have the law and order problem escalating. So we have to understand the context out of which such an amendment comes. As an individual leader out of 118 of us here on this floor, I would support every initiative to support the work of the police, the Ombudsman Commission, the ICAC, which we have only recently established. And as we go through these processes trying to find answers to the problems we have in our society, there will be teething issues. But we should not allow these teething issues to become an impediment to our attempt to find solutions. So these particular amendments this afternoon are directed specifically to the Ombudsman Commission, which is one of the three principal arms of law enforcement in this country. And I believe we should support them. give them more powers constitutionally, legislatively, more resources, and let them do their work. So this amendment will be seen by our people as us, the government. We are responding to the problems we see in the society. So it's a good thing to see it happening here on the floor of Parliament. In fact, others could argue that it hasn't. These amendments we are proposing is not going far enough. Not going far enough. For example, taking us backward to the previous amendments, that at a part where the maximum exclusion from Parliament was 3 years to 5 years, in some contexts, some of us would see that as being too generous. That should lead to a total life ban from Parliament. Once you are found guilty on some substantive allegation of misconduct, breaches of the leadership code, we should be totally disqualified for life. Not to create a little gap, a backdoor, a roof, a hole in the roof or somewhere where people can sneak in again after having been proven to be guilty of misconduct and abusing their public office. We should be available for life disqualification, and that doesn't mean our life stops there. There's other things we can do. Correct. But that 5-year ban from 3 years to 5 years is very generous to us, the leaders, very generous. But some of us would be arguing we should go the full hill, take it all the way to a total life exclusion from Parliament or leadership office. So I'm fully supportive of this. If in the future any other amendments come to support the work of the police, I want to support that too. Or any other law or proposal or bills that come here to give more power to ICAC, I want to support that too. Now with the Ombudsman Commission, we're giving them more power, and hopefully more resources will be given to them, etc., out of all of these amendments. But also they must exercise their powers responsibly. Doesn't that mean that we give them so much power and they go out there on a tangent that is like persecution of the leaders? One example is this, Mr. Acting Speaker. I don't know whether all of you have received your annual returns for up to July 2022. You will have seen a difference already. The template you get now is double or nearly triple the size of the template that we always had for so many years up to middle of last year. The questionnaire that's given to us is so thick. It needs a full-time accountant to do it, and Ombudsman Commission assume that we have accountants. No, we don't have accountants. We are leaders. We're always short of money. How can we go and hire accountants to come and fill out all these forms for us? So for me, I've been 8 months late already, and I'm expecting to be dismissed. So, am I right? You know, I filed my return late with a lot of inaccuracies, and I filed it 8 months late. So I put a letter of complaint on top, and I attached it and I sent it in. But I don't think that's a wise use of power they have. They should exercise their powers wisely. They should not proceed on a platform that all of us leaders here are criminals. That we've got things to hide, so you put the microscope on us. You don't have to. Why don't you just keep to the old template that served us well for years and years up to last year, and wait for the complaints to come. Once you get a complaint, then you put the microscope on us. That's fine. But tripling our workload, doubling and tripling our workload is not right. So that's an example I use. I use to illustrate the point about when we give power to institutions like the Ombudsman Commission, we give it with our trust and our confidence. and they must exercise it responsibly and not to go overboard and make it look like they are prosecuting and persecuting us.
Independently too.
And they must be independent too.
Yeah.
They shouldn't listen to too much social media and other people out there. There are not official pathways of complaint. I still believe in us writing letters. People who have complaints must write letters to the police, write letters to the ICAC, write letters to the Ombudsman Commission. Don't communicate it through the social media and all the institutions and authority of government concerned with law enforcement. They are reading out of social media and relying upon that. I think we should encourage them to move away from that tendency. So that's just a small example. I want to encourage the Ombudsman Commission to be responsible when we do things like this in their favor. We want them to do well. The country wants them to do well. But they must in return be more responsible towards us too. Because we have other duties, Mr. Speaker. Take a minister. A minister is an open member. He looks after thousands of people in his district, first and foremost. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Then he is a minister, so he looks after the issues of the department containing up to 10 million people or so. Time is always critically short in our hands. Same thing for the governors. They represent hundreds of thousands of people. And the backbenchers, they represent thousands of people. So what we have to do is, the public institutions, like the Ombudsman Commission, they should not unfairly try to monopolize our time in attending to these sort of microscopic things. Keep the questionnaire short, keep us honest, and I think we will have a good run at managing this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this bill. Let's support it.
Governor from Morobe.
Mr. Speaker, I meet to talk past time. Give him something.
Honorable Governor.
First of all, now yet by me give him support. Long Prime Minister, long all bills, long proposed bill, long amending principal bill, long organic law, long Ombudsman Commission. That's what me at meeting him was Muscat. Plenty work must be done and plenty amendment long Ombudsman by coming side. Me admitting thing. Prime Minister, me first of all me commend him you long efforts you take him, which me talk was me by supporting you. Prime Minister, power long Ombudsman, long investigate him you me and stop big play open through stop. Also now member long about we talk. Some blame custom. Some blame passing on custom. Custom by looks away or some custom. Not by losing. Mr. Speaker, that's all Ombudsman. All will continue to investigate him. Cannot say long polygamy, one plot. Long custom you me. Me no man will promoting polygamy, but them custom side stuff. You married this stuff, not from medical report. Not from medical report. Ombudsman by behind him display come investigate him you. By talk of misconduct. Now investigate him you. Some kind of example of some stuff. Also, the Ombudsman, you may need, Mr. Acting Speaker, you must codify one area true and offense where leadership by kissing long by kissing leadership. One offense must codify. You know, now Lucy will open Olgada, which Ombudsman film was no good now, leadership leader cranky by what will investigate. You must codify one offenses. I'm leader by responsible long. When offenses by you charge him or leader. Must got codification, you must stop. Writing on law, not talk of them, this offense, this offense, this offense. time you stop leader. Suppose you broke him this law, offense, all by kissing you. He must codification. He must over the law by over the offenses come down. Punishment belonging by provide him. There's no such things in there. Long all by all ombudsman no investigate. I'm open nothing. So when something one chief ombudsman and thing about me no go to you leader by investigating you no rastari me go to lab. By go deal want them you. That is why, Mr. Speaker, meeting was there must be a codification from when I'm offense work on deal. By deal want him or leader. Now when is something by no can walk him, no can check him leader long. This lab must stop. Now I was made behind him this plan by investigate him. Now something. When I'm offenses by you give him maximum punishment. Long now some you pass him 5 years. One offense. Misappropriation? Or one offense? I'm not clear. I'm listening nothing open on power long ombudsman, long recommend. Or listen nothing on power long leadership code, leadership tribunal on deal. Or some misappropriation? I'm fine. Some misappropriation, empty dismissal. I'm not fair, Mr. Speaker. I'm not fair. Law must talk out clear. One offense, Mr. Prime Minister. You mean him amendment on this lab, and must come out clear on this lab. It's not clear. You mean to send us on Mari Ombudsman Commission. Now Ombudsman exercising power belong him by recommending a thing. All judges will stop there. Some will member stop. Thank you very much. Some people like go Senate election, all lose long and come down and stop here. Huh? So you come up long court long up here. And Pilat no any stop you can time here. Thank you all more be all say go challenge the election below me. Huh? That's so you pla. All judges will man all sit down here. All ombudsman all man all will stop. You miss a belat long end? I'm also a belat long end. All is stop have. That is why law must be very clear, Mr. Acting Speaker. Long one offense by carrying maximum penalty, long dismissal. Now one offense by carrying fine. It must make him this clear. Not a blah, Mr. Speaker, Acting Speaker, double jeopardy. Me put him case for Jim Cast before member Blong Medeng. Honorable member Blong Medeng. All find him guilty, criminal court and find him guilty. Long stop him balance long Medeng Airport. Or Medeng or Agen. Medeng Airport. No charge him a serious offense. Now him go on court. Court find him guilty and sentence him, ma'am. That's Mr. Speaker, time him appeal to the Supreme Court and we win the Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court been acquitted, ma'am. That's what ombudsman been deal long him. Can. Let me deal long and can. Now dismiss him, ma'am. This is a person, this is something I'm stop. Me like him propose, Mr. Prime Minister. Also, criminal court will deal want him leader stop. Lucian criminal court will deal. He go in up long him acquittal. Am he free no go? Okay, must free no go, Mr. Speaker. Now suppose find him guilty. Now when him punishment, criminal court give him. This is a punishment that's all him stop. Even by criminal court when him ombudsman court by come investigating him going to refer him to the leadership tribunal or prosecution. Not a can. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. Now you put him 5 years here. Mr. Put him you. 5 years you put him. That's all. You look him. You only can dismiss him on double jeopardy. You face him in criminal court. Criminal court by to fine, you pay fine. And then ombudsman come look him you go along tribunal. Now ombudsman by the tribunal by finish him you. And double jeopardy. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Something has to be done. You must put him amendment or some when him criminal code him deal want him you. Or when him law deal want him you and deal want him you and finish the slab. No one can carry him can ombudsman by come investigate him on this something. Now that amendment, proposed amendment, Mr. Prime Minister must put him on side. Not but something, Mr. Speaker. So you don't pay him dinner, will you? You sleep hotel, no, you don't pay him dinner, will you? And ombudsman by come inside. And all misconduct. Jeffrey Barakao, before member long. Enga. And this little point, they will be dismissed, ma'am. I'm not paying bill from Elabin's hotel. I'm sleep long half year after him, ma'am. Lomba pay him this dinner, and I'm not paying dinner, or prosecuting ma'am, the penalty ma'am, not this lab. That's what there is a civil law, Mr. Speaker. Civil law. You man, you got dinner, you stop, go long court, no court him this man. Suppose leader, if you got trouble, go court him long civil court. Now, civil court by making decision. Not all, you pay him back this money, but you pay him back. Huh? Or you don't pay him this money, you win in court. That's what this is civil law. I'm still established, Mr. Acting Speaker. Now, ombudsman come inside on this lab. So you can go now, all court him, you know, order him, you will pay him, say you got dinner 20,000 by the civil court. Ombudsman to you, leader no good. I'm come inside can, and I refer him, you go along, leadership tribunal. This thing, Mr. Prime Minister, needs to be sorted out. Leader, I know, and I'm not nothing. Leader, you know, Mr. Speaker. Leader, you know, manating, say, come up, leader. Leader, God, seven, I'm say, come up, leader. Leader, and I'm say, leader. Now, you mean, people by no problem making a man about. Low long come one by no making a man about. You mean, all the white man, yeah. Sorry, Satsenko, me talk long. Or land you long. Please, please, and me talk long. People of Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. You know, when time you go sitting out some white man in England, Australia, and Europe. No one walking low long. I have a female leader, nothing more. Kiss him low, and a pattern blow up on the country. Just let me independent country. And me country for black man, country for Simbu, country for Morobe, country for Ella. Possibly me my staff. Possibly me my staff. Why? One man in Bigot. One man in Bigot. Me leader, me can cross him in, me can talk no good long him. It's accepted in my custom. I'm accepted. Most leader man, I'm looking possibly me no good or similar. I'm walking on nobody, I'm talking about some leader, old man will fight him, and will fight him. Can't man also me, but me talking good nothing. That's what it's accepted in the community. But this offense is this thing is a misconduct. It's a misconduct. You scare him long, Michael Nally. Or fight long, Mendy. And Russian thousand so much blown there. And Pastor Mendy, I think I'm right, old Mendia. That's the leadership, the Amazon Commission being kissing him on this lab. Now, it's not a leadership when I'm on this lab, this or something. You think? You become a white man. Suppose you become a white man, you go to Australia. Now come applying low long when I'm coming inside here. Now, like bringing the camera, offense from pedophile. Pedophile. Blow you, big flow man. Or some kind of me, Martin, 16 years old, in dialogue, me, but me married to him. Me like to law in. What a pedophile. That's a bloody misconduct. Misconduct. Hey, that's a media like him here. You have a media like him here. Like him leader, yeah? Because leader is good for a man. Like him, yeah? That's all, Mr. Acting Speaker. And misconduct here? All talk misconduct. Hey, no, yeah, Papua New Guinea, I mean no misconduct. Australia, yeah, misconduct should be. Australia, me, or criminal offense. Now, why you come inside here now? You talk of some, what if something custom accept him? What if something community accept him? No, man, you like coming, making me go come up misconduct. So, Mr. Prime Minister, me support him, you, so me like him, some things you know you. No, some like, amendment more must come inside the ombudsman, you must refine him go through, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I will support you, but I think all these like areas, now me to talk land. You must treat him. Thank you.
Question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A proposed law to amend the Organic Law on Ombudsman Commission.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I ask Leave of Parliament to move that the proposed law without amendments be progressed, let me assure all members of Parliament, especially our two seniors who have spoken. I think these are pertinent issues, correct issues. As I did mention earlier, this is not the last time reform and amendments to the Ombudsman Commission will take place. The fact that all of us have shown commitment to honor the proposal before us from Ombudsman Commission, I give you my full assurance. We will continue the reform. The issue on double jeopardy that was raised, the issue on police and criminal, the referrals to the police, all this will be tidied so leaders are not placed under stress, but there's a clerical path going towards what offense that can be progressed and what offense that can be gated, and how we treat with different areas in respect to leadership breaches. I just want to give full assurance a bipartisan committee will be established to look into all additional reforms we will do, tidying what is the role of police, what is the role of ICAC, what is the role of Ombudsman Commission, so that we do not have overlapping areas, but a tidied sort of stream in which we can all work within one common rule book that is not left for discretion of one or two officers in the Ombudsman Commission or others in the law enforcement agencies that we subscribe to. So all issues raised are considered, and there will be a bipartisan committee established. In the 2 months these bills are on notice, we will also work in other areas that needs to be looked at with the Ombudsman Commission, so we clear these issues. And as we go into the future, there is clarity on how these matters are dealt with, and we isolate personal or human influence and control in these key important constitutional offices. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I ask that Parliament move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is leave granted? Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that the law without amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by the two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law, with amendment, be now agreed to. Sorry. The question is that the proposed law without amendment now be agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, those who stand in favor 91 and those against 0. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second required opportunity for debate, and the second vote be adjourned to at least 2 months. This is the day as required by the Constitution. Clerk.
Order of the day number 25, Constitution Amendment Law 2023. Prime Minister, second reading, first required opportunity for debate, and first vote from 17 March.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak again on this important constitutional amendment that is being proposed. The principles of our democracy that our founding fathers adopted has at the heart of it an adequate political representation for our people. On the eve of the 10th Parliament, we presented the Electoral Boundaries Commission report, and this Honourable House approved 7 new open seats to be included in the 2022 election, and we now have 118-seat Parliament. Consistent with the approval last year, by 2027 we will have a further 5 seats included in this Parliament. This gives us an opportunity to better build up our people's representation in the Parliament and to better distribute the natural resources. This increase, while drastic, must be seen in the context of no adjustments that has been made since 1977. Our representation was stagnant for a better part of over 48 years as an independent country. Drastic changes in our representation landscape may be worrying, but necessary given that no adjustments has been made since then and for a very long time. Mr. Acting Speaker, if I can inform the House with your indulgence, 47 years or 48 years or now since the structure of our Constitution and this part of Constitution that we're trying to amend, the workload has increased over many folds. Population at 1977, when this proposed ministerial portfolio amendments that we are proposing to undertaken, at a time in 1977, the workload was handling population under 3 million. Today, our population is much, much greater than the 3 million. It is significantly larger when a 32% National Executive Council was written down into our Constitution. The drafters of our Constitution provided for a cabinet representation that was adequate at a time. Almost 48 years later, a drastic difference in circumstances and outlook, we are now adjusting. For instance, if I could indicate, 20 years ago there was one ministry called Ministry of Mining and Energy. Today we have 2 ministries. One is mining and one is petroleum and energy. These are the moving parts or the circumstances that are being changing as we advance forward into the future in respect to the workload that faces us as a growing country. These adjustments are necessary and timely and must be judged on the merits of the present circumstances and not the past circumstances. We are a big country now, but with a very weak system of government. These amendments lifts the threshold of ministers from 32 to 38, but keeps the minimum limit at 6. It allows the National Executive Council to have focused oversight on the development and legislative program of the government. It allows proportionate representation of the country in the National Executive Council. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that when the Constitution prescribes a lower and an upper limit, it means that at any time the Prime Minister may name a cabinet lineup within the 2 prescribed limits. The number of ministers can increase to 38, but it does not mean that the Prime Minister must appoint all 38 ministers. The Prime Minister can elect to choose a lesser number than 38. Section 144, subsection 1 of the Constitution provides that there shall be such number of ministers other than the Prime Minister, not being less than 6, or not exceeding 32 from time to time as determined by or under an organic law. The current threshold of 32 ministers is well above a quarter of the total number of MPs, which now stands at 118, with the inclusion of 7 new electorates. However, it is to be 1/3 of the total number of MPs. It will be around 38 ministers. Thus, if there is an increase in the number of ministers to 1/3 of the total number of MPs, there will be an increase of ministers by 6. There is a safeguard as to why a numeric threshold is set rather than a fraction. It leaves no room for an increase in the number of ministries when the number of MP increases further, as will be the case when the new 5 electorates are included in 2027 elections. Mr. Speaker, before I commend the bill to the House, as I did make mention earlier, 48 years on, we look at the weak system of public service we have in our country. And sometimes the unholy matrimony between the ever-changing political leadership as well as a weak, ineffective public service that has existed for so long or has decayed for over a long period of time. The functionality of various arms of provincial government, departments, is administered by a political head. Today, numbers of state agencies and state departments have increased to complement the workload, the volume of service areas that we are to service our people. You would see today, as government, we focus on 3 agriculture-specific ministries. It also meant that we had to combine, like CIS and police, into 1 ministry and other portfolios together. Workload of our country has increased over the last 48 years. We are a growing economy. Our economy will stand to continue to grow into the future. This amendment gives room for Prime Minister today and any Prime Minister into the future to appoint cabinets ranging from 6 at the minimum to 38 at the maximum, according to how the government is to be run in respect of the needs today and going forward. Mr. Speaker, with this I propose this bill to the House.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister for Petroleum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can hear a question being put, but I'd like to say a few things in support of the bill. So, in our minds, we put these things into the correct context. Our Constitution came into operation in 1975, and the formula for the fixation of the number of ministers was fixed by the Constitution back in 1975. So it's now 48 years since. Yes. In between, so much has happened. And our circumstances in this country are such that this particular amendment is as of necessity. It's dictated by necessity. So if we look at it in some of the proper context, then we will be able to understand why this is a matter of necessity. And I want to mention some numbers here for us to rationalize it. In 1975, we had 108 members of parliament, and there were 33 ministers, inclusive of the Prime Minister. That represented 31% of the seats less than 31% of the seats on the floor, but the intention was for it to be 1/3, but the actual number was less than 1/3. Now, 48 years later, in 2023, we have 118 seats, and the number of ministers has remained the same. If we amended the Constitution and increase the number of the ministers that is allowed by law, then we will increase it. The number of members, number of seats will remain the same, but the ministers will increase up to 39. And that will represent exactly 1/3 or 33% of the seats available on the floor of Parliament. And that's always been the intention when the Constitution was written back in those days, that the number of ministers must always be 1/3, around 1/3 of the number of seats. So this amendment will bring us, we were short before, for 48 years we were short, this amendment will bring us to exactly 1/3. The next figures that I want us to take into account is, these are figures published by the World Bank. Back in 1975, we had a population of 2.5 million. We had 108 seats, 33 ministers, and a GDP of 1.4 billion US dollars, 1.4 billion US dollars, and a per capita income of US $2.6. Remember those figures. Now I want to give you the 2021 figures. That's the latest from the World Bank data. Our population is not from the World Bank, but roughly we estimate it to be around 10 million, thereabouts. Number of seats, 118. Ministers still, 33. Our GDP has grown from 1.4 billion US dollars to 27 billion US dollars, 27 US dollars. That's a big jump of over 26 billion. 26 billion. And the income per capita has increased from 2.6 US dollars to 2,700 US dollars. It's a huge jump. What has happened as a result of this growth in GDP and income per capita and all of this, and the growth in the population, Mr. Speaker, it's generated a lot more work. Lot more work, a lot more issues, and so many activities out there which has to be done under the supervision of the same 33 people. So it's become impossible. It is very hard. Speaking for myself, petroleum and energy, these are two different entities that I look after. I'm working 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, roughly, but I'm not on top of my work. There is so much to be done, and on top of that, I got a district to run. And then you look at the Minister for State-Owned Enterprise, look at the Prime Minister. Prime Minister's got a district to run, and then he's got to manage all 33 of us, and then the 118 of us, and everything else. The Minister for State Enterprise, all the state-owned businesses that he has to manage. Last night I told him, that's so much work. You know, how do you cope? And that's the same for a lot of other ministries. Agriculture. Agriculture Minister, before it was split, it carried an impossible load, including livestock, including crops and livestock and all the other commodity crops. Now it's broken up to coffee, cocoa, livestock, and agriculture sits there. We have 4 in the agriculture sector. Now it's become manageable. However, when they take up, those 3 new people take up space in the 33, that pushes other responsibilities out to other ministries, and it compounded our problems. So we're no longer back in 1975, Mr. Acting Speaker. The growth of our population, the growth of our economy, as evidenced by the World Bank statistics I've just mentioned, shows that we've really compounded all the workload for our ministers, our government departments, everybody else. So this amendment is brought to Parliament as of necessity. We have to support it. If we want improvement in the performance of the ministers, we've got to create more ministries, spread the work out, make it manageable for them so that they can produce more. Some people will argue the issue of costs. But when you run a large organization, cost is a necessary component of that operation. You have to be prepared to pay for it in order to improve its performances, its productivity, etc. So cost will be a necessary part of the operation, and cost should not become an issue. as an impediment or a blockage to us considering this. In order to improve productivity, I believe we should support this bill and give it the full support that's necessary because this country needs it. So thank you very much, Mr.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Proposed law to alter the Constitution and for related purposes.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Aye. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I move this, move the proposed law to be agreed upon, let me just inform the House in further additional commentary. Cabinet is the highest place where the country is represented. The converse or the opposite of this is to lessen the cabinet, and you will not have full representation of the country. In matters of importance, you cannot leave cabinet only to be stacked up by the Prime Minister and a few selected few. It must have adequate representation in all parts of our country, and the rationale of 1/3 of Parliament is to achieve that representation right across. So matters of importance to the country, you have all parts of our country in cabinet making decisions for the betterment of our country. So the greater part of wisdom in this 1/3 of Parliament in cabinet is to achieve whole country representation in our cabinet when all parts of our country are represented. So, Mr. Speaker, the intention is well for all of us, but again, as I did make mention earlier, it lifts the threshold from 32, 33 ministries to now 38. And so, Minister, with this, I propose that a law without amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by the 2/3 absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, those who voted in favour 88 and those vote against 2. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 222E, I now order that the third reading, which is second required opportunity for debate, and the second vote be adjourned to at least 2 months, this day as required by the Constitution. Clerk.
Order of the day, number 26, Organic Law on the Number of Ministers, Amendment 2023, Prime Minister, second reading, first required opportunity for debate and first vote.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I move this for the consequential amendments to the Organic Law on the number of ministers, I just want to thank all members for sitting in a long time. Haven't gone out for lunch, working right through, so sincerely appreciate all leaders who are sitting right through. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, this is a consequential, proposed consequential amendment to the constitutional amendment we presented earlier. The Organic Law on the number of ministers give effect to Section 144(1) of the Constitution. It provides that upon advice of the Prime Minister, the head of state shall by notice in the National Gazette provide the determination of ministers other than the Prime Minister. It further provides until such time as a determination is made under subsection 1, the number of ministers other than the Prime Minister is 18. The provisions under the Organic Law on number of ministers are subject to Section 144, subsection 1 of the Constitution, in that the determination of ministers shall be within the threshold of 32 ministers. This also means that the Organic Law on the number of ministers must be amended to provide a threshold of the total number of ministers in line with the Constitution from 18 to 38. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill.
Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I wish to express my position, the reason why I voted against constitutional amendments. But in this floor, everybody has the right to speak, so I'll be very short. My view, Assistant Speaker, the reason why I do not want at this stage to increase the number of ministries is based on a couple of principles. My own belief is that it is the strength of the institutions that carry nations. The strength of departments, the strength of the public service, the appointment by merit of departmental heads. I think we are looking at a political solution. My belief is that I am looking at institutional strengthening, system strengthening. That's my strong view. I've formed that opinion for a long time, so when the Prime Minister proposed the amendments, in my own position, I said I don't think I will support it. The second reason is, and with that, I strongly recommend that the work that is done by the chairman of the Public Services Parliamentary Committee, the Honourable Governor for Oro, I urge the chairman to bring those recommendations, because this is the arm that needs the strengthening. Not too many politicians, not too many ministers. We need this arm to be strengthened. In some countries, these are independent. The public service is independent. Departmental heads, well-trained, qualified, and the structures that build institutions, systems, well-resourced. That's the way the nations move in. My second view, the second reason is, I believe in the current state, there are ministries that should not exist anymore in this country. We should remove them. In my opinion, I believe that the Ministry for Department of Department of Implementation and Rural Development, I don't think it should exist. There are agencies of state that should monitor this. Health must monitor all the way down there. Works must monitor all the way down to the village level, wards level. It should not exist. I don't think it serves any real purpose. Number two, I believe Treasury and Finance should be merged. Planning should not be a department. It should be under the Prime Minister's department to give strategic planning direction, not managing what we call the PIP. Planning must give strategic direction. And the agencies of state pick that direction in program development, structure. That I call institutional building. That's a direction that we are not going. We are talking about more politicians on the floor of Parliament, more ministers at this stage. And in the economic times, I don't think we should be going that way. And so, the other department I believe should not exist in the country is the Department of Provincial Affairs. I don't think it has a place, to be honest. I think it should go. The next one should be Department of Personal Management. I don't think they have a place anymore. Think about it deeply. I personally have thought about this for a while, and as we are debating to create 6 more new ministries, I have said the 6 existing departments should go and therefore no more ministries. The world is looking at thinning rather than getting fat. We need to multi-skill. We need to integrate better rather than stand alone. Institutions which never talk to each other. That's my, Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, that's my view. And as a leader in this country, I hope that those of you who voted for 6 more ministries, I know you don't agree with me, but I had an opportunity to express my view, and I would call upon like-minded people. I am a strong believer, and I'm probably biased because I came from the public service background. I had always wanted, when I was a departmental head and my minister asked me to do this and this, I said no, so he sacked me. And you need strong, qualified departmental heads who run the machine. We ministers, we talk the big picture. The driver has to be the D-head that is moving the programs, designing the programs, structuring the programs, recommending policies, etc., etc. My view, Assistant Speaker, and therefore, Prime Minister, I stood against the amendments that you proposed. Thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. a proposed law to amend the organic law on the number of ministers.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask Leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is leave granted? Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again. And before I propose a law to be agreed upon, let me inform the House and appreciate dissenting views in the House. This is why we are here. We speak our mind, we pass law according to our conscience. For me, having been around equally for some time, seeing the weaknesses we carry in our public service and the workload that has increased, I thought this one is justified. No amount of money can be measured to deliver performance for our people. The point to improve our public service performance is there, but in as far as I see, the last 48 years, our public service has eroded to a level where it needs today, for the immediate future, direct supervision all the time. And our history of our country, there's a glaring evidence in the number of changes that has been taking place over the last 48 years. When Minister Kua was pointing to the increase of our economy to $26 billion plus, and he alluded to us under $1 billion in 1975. I want to contextualize it further in kina values. In 1975, we were under 5 billion kina. Up till 2002, our economy was still under 17 billion kina. 27 years, we were under 17 billion kina envelope. In that 27 years, the average life of government was 18 months. And so you had a massive rotation of political leaders. As the rotation of political leaders were taking place, and I just want to indicate to all of you, when you look at the 1975 independence, 1977 general elections, 1980 government of Sir Julius through a vote of no confidence, 1982 general elections, 1985 government of Pius Wingti through a vote of no confidence, 1987 elections, 1988, government of Robin Amali through a vote of no confidence. 1992, general elections. 1995, government of St. Julius again through a vote of no confidence. 1997 elections. 1999, government again through government of Mekere through a vote of no confidence. And then the 2002 elections. The 27 years of our nation's life from 1975 to 2002, we had 10 rotations. In the 10 rotations, during that phase in our nation's life, we eroded the value of our public service productivity. And to really step up to bring this again, our leadership lead on the public service has seen direct corresponds to performance of that sector. And today, with the wide range of scope of work, you look at, for instance, in the state-owned enterprise, it's like a mini sector of our country where one minister has over 15 or so different portfolios. You have many ministers doubling work because the workload is compounded. We want now to have ministers to a specific sector. We could hopefully in that process be attending to work, and in that process build up public servants below us. We've had in the last 48 years that erosion has taken place. Change of government, change of public service. None of us have effectively built up next generation of public service leadership in our country. And so we just thought with political head over department at the very earliest, hopefully that goes to bring performance delivery by the public servants below. And in the long run, hopefully it cascades to strengthening that sector and that public service under that sector, and in the long run, the collective sum of performance in our public service machinery and our state-owned enterprises. So with this, we propose these amendments, again, up to the ceiling of 38, giving respect to the one-third of portfolios as prescribed, one-third of the parliament, being portfolio ministers, this bill is now proposed to us for us to progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote in Constitution required that a vote must be recorded and that the order of the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported with a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 votes. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. The question is that the proposed law without amendment be now agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honourable members, those who voted in favour 83 and noes 6. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second reading required opportunity by debate, and the second vote be urgent for at least 2 months this day, as required by the Constitution. Thank you, Prime Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that Sir John Pundawi and Ms. Casey Sawang be granted leave of absence for the duration of this meeting due to health and attending for official overseas, respectively.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, thank you. At this juncture, I'd like to thank members who attended today's Parliament, and at the same time, thank yourself. I understand from RC on this side that you had an election petition today, but you decided to sit in, even though your matter was in appearance before the court, and I just wanted to place on record our thank you for you and the Assistant Speaker for officiating today's Parliament. The Acting Speaker moved that we adjourn Parliament to tomorrow 10 a.m. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament to tomorrow 10 o'clock a.m.